for this meeting.
Hey, how's it going?
Klaus, how are you?
Pretty good. No complaints.
Linda, you doing all right?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Hope y'all are.
There we go. Hi, Ann. Trying to see who else we have in the meeting.
It looks like we have, this is Katie, it looks like we have Linda, Alan, and Klaus, John, and Taylor waiting for you to get into PrimeGov, it looks like.
Ah, that's what I'm forgetting. Just that little thing.
But we do have a quorum, so I think when you are logged in, I think we should be in good shape.
Okay.
And we know that Mary Jo will not be here today.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm in PrimeGov.
There it goes.
Katie, are you seeing me in there now?
Commissioner Fudge, this is Jennifer. Yes, I can confirm that you are in PrimeGov. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thanks, Jennifer.
Mr. Chair, it looks like we are all ready to start whenever you're ready, sir.
Excellent. Well, welcome everybody to the August 5th Historic Preservation Commission meeting. It's our fourth video conference HP meeting. My name is Taylor Fudge. I'm the chair of the commission. And as you guys are aware, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we are not providing a physical location for this particular meeting. Instead, it will be live streamed from remote locations. Just as a reminder, we've muted everyone's mic with the exception of our commission members. And we would request that anyone joining us today, please keep your microphone muted until you're called upon to speak. This will obviously help us minimize distractions, make sure everybody can be heard, and hopefully help us have a more efficient meeting. As instructed in the agenda, those who called or emailed the commission in advance to let us know your name, contact number, and agenda item that you wish to speak about will be recognized first. Before the commission votes on each item, I'll ask if any members of the public wish to speak, and anyone speaking will be given 3 minutes to relay their information to the commission. Since you are muted today, when I call on you, please unmute yourself. On a phone, you'll press *6, state your name and address for the record before you speak. And on a desktop or laptop, you can hover your cursor over the microphone icon to remove the diagonal red line. We've also been told that pressing the spacebar can help unmute as well. If we do lose our connection today for this meeting, it will be stopped. We'll reconvene if the connection can be restored. And if we are unable to restore within 30 minutes, any remaining items for consideration will be continued to the next regularly scheduled Historic Preservation Commission meeting, which will be held on Wednesday, September 2nd at 9 a.m. via video conference. Our agenda and documents are located at agenda.okc.gov. You can select agenda on the right side of the Historic Preservation Commission meeting to see all of the items that are going to be heard today. Written comments received more than 24 hours before the meeting are posted online and were shared with commission members. And I will remind everybody that no new materials can be shared during today's meeting. With all of that being said, Jennifer, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Fudge,
Present.
Commissioner Ryman Philippe,
Present.
Commissioner Brown,
Present.
Commissioner Meacham, Commissioner Milner,
Present.
Commissioner Schultz,
Present.
Commissioner Zacharitz.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have quorum.
Excellent, thank you. One couple items to note, procedures for today's meeting are noted in the agenda. For the sake of time, I'll ask that any participants please refer to the procedures section if they're unfamiliar with the process. A couple things on certificates of appropriateness. When an application has been approved and after a 10-day protest period has expired and the historic preservation officer will mail that certificate of appropriateness to the applicant. City construction permits cannot be issued until the CA has been issued, and we would ask them please contact HP staff for final design review inspections or to withdraw items that will not be completed. Regarding any appeals to the Board of Adjustments, any person aggrieved by any decision granting or denying a CA may appeal to the Oklahoma City Board of Adjustments. All appeals shall be made within 10 days of the commission decision by filing written notice of appeal with the clerk of the BOA. Let's see, we do have one specific item that needs to be considered for action. I think we might have misplaced it in the agenda. Klaus, I think it's 8E1, which is a variance for lot sizes. Did you want to move that? Make a motion to move that?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move item 8E1 to item 7, other business in the agenda.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
There we go.
Excellent. So motion to move this item presented by Klaus, seconded by Ann. All commissioners, please vote in PrimeGov.
This is Katie. While you're voting, I was just going to explain that this is an item that was listed under Board of Adjustment, under Communications and Reports, but typically we would put that under other business. It was noticed and listed appropriately in the agenda as an action item. This is just kind of a record-keeping procedural relocation on the agenda that'll help us have nice, neat, tidy minutes. So thank you all for moving that for us.
Okay, let's see. I'm assuming that passed. Don't know that I saw that though. Let's see, Katie, do we have any news from the Office of the Historic Preservation Officer?
I have
Other than
nothing
what
to
you-
report at this time. Yeah, this is Katie. Nothing special to report at this time. We obviously this meeting is being held via video conference, and we're just kind of taking month by month, determining if meetings will return to being held in person. But until you receive word otherwise, I think we can assume that meetings will continue in this format. We are looking at changing some of our technology and being able to use PrimeGov more extensively so that you'll be able to see meeting attachments and materials in the same website where commission members log in to vote for the meeting. I think that'll be really great when that gets up and running. We've had some meetings and some trainings for staff on that lately, but you'll hear more about that as we get that rolled out. That's all I have.
Perfect. Okay, moving on to item 3 then, accepting minutes from the previous meeting. Have my fellow commissioners had a chance to review the minutes? And if we have, do we have a motion to accept or modify?
I move we accept the minutes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Klaus Ryman Phillip. Please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, that motion passes. Moving on to item number 4. Katie, anything from code enforcement?
We don't have anyone on the call today from code enforcement. If anyone has questions about the items in the code enforcement report, you can certainly forward those comments or questions along to staff. As we always note, if you see a citation number listed in that code enforcement report, then it has progressed from a notice of violation to an actual citation, and code enforcement or the Action Center or HP staff can provide more information about that.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything on item 5, any continuance announcements or requests?
We do not have any new, with no uncontested requests and no new requests under item 5. And under public hearings, no dilapidated structures this month and no National Register nominations to review this month. We do have 3 items under consent docket. The
Excellent.
commission can
Okay.
ask questions about any of those. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to recuse myself from the consent docket, and I would turn it over to Klaus to handle that particular portion. You're muted, Klaus. You're still muted, Klaus.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, have the commissioners had any chance to review the consent docket? Does anyone have any comments on any individual cases?
I move we approve the consent docket.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, moved by Alan Brown, and who seconded? I'm sorry.
I did. John,
Oh, John Miller. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
you're welcome.
Waiting, let's see.
And my screen says waiting.
Yeah, same here.
I apologize, everyone. This is Jennifer Swan. I'm having a couple of technical difficulties on this side.
No worries, we'll just hang tight.
Okay, it looks like I'm going to need to maybe do a little bit of a roll call vote just to move this item along in the meeting. Is, Mr. Chair, is that okay for me to go ahead?
Yes, please proceed.
Klaus Ryman Phillip?
Present?
So,
I'm sorry. How do you vote, sir?
Oh, yes, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
aye.
I am present.
Commissioner Milner?
Aye.
Commissioner Schultz? Commissioner Schultz?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Zackritz?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that is all ayes. The motion passes.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will turn it back over to our chair, Taylor Fudge.
Perfect. Thanks, Klaus. So we will move on to item number 6D, cases for individual consideration.
As we start the items for individual consideration, anyone who was calling in for one of those consent docket items, your item has been approved. You will receive your certificate of appropriateness after the 10-day appeal period, and you are free to leave the meeting unless you just want to listen in. But those items have been approved. No further actions required. D1, HPCA 19-00059 at 1431 Northwest 35th Street, Putnam Heights Historic District, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Sarah Jernigan McGovern to Revision 1, Item 7, Revise Item 2, Number 3, Replace and paint porch columns to replace and stain required. This is a renovation to the property that was previously approved with change made to the work to stain the porch columns instead of to paint them. So the applicant is asking for that change to be approved.
Excuse me all, this is Jennifer Swan here. I am asking for some help from the clerk's office to activate this case number. I seem to not be able to activate it on my side. I apologize for any inconvenience.
Also, just a note on my PrimeGov, I still have the, I guess the last motion up showing as waiting. I'm not sure if that is the same for everyone else.
That's where I'm at too.
Yeah, mine as well.
The challenges with going paperless.
Is anyone on the clerk's office available to help?
This is Katie. We can go ahead and proceed with discussion of this item, I think. And perhaps, Jennifer, if you want to mute yourself and make a call to Mickey and see if we can get some assistance.
Are we supposed to be able to see this item?
So you should see, you should have your PrimeGov screen where you can see the agenda, and then you should also have in Zoom the PowerPoint that shows the house.
Okay, can I manipulate that PowerPoint or is it just frozen on that one picture?
No, it's a presentation. So Cameron is operating that and will be able to scroll through it so that you can see the images.
We're still not able to see the agenda in PrimeGov though.
It still says waiting for that vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think
While we're waiting on that, should we ask? Oh, there you go.
Yes, I think you could proceed with discussing the case. And then hopefully by the time you've talked through the application, and I believe the applicant is on the phone, if they want to make any comments or if you will have questions for the applicant, and then hopefully by the time we get through that discussion, we've got PrimeGov figured out.
Yeah, we can look like it on your iPhone too.
Applicant is on the phone.
Yes, this is Ryan McGovern, and my wife Sarah McGovern's also on the phone.
Awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about your project and what you guys are seeking?
Sure. As you can see from the pictures, we went through a pretty extensive renovation on the outside of the home. It was previously approved to remove the metal clad siding off and go back to the original redwood. The fence, or the front porch was deemed not original. In fact, the posts were 2x4s that were nailed together, and then there was a aluminum facade wrapped around it. Original plan was to go back with solid wood of the same dimensions. In fact, you can see in this current picture the 2x4s under the aluminum. The original plan was to go back with solid wood posts to replace the 2x4s with aluminum wrap and paint them white. As we were doing it, we decided to change that to stain to match the original front door, which was the only piece of the original house that we could verify the original color. So we looked at the historic preservation rules, and under paint and stain saw that it wasn't an area for approval. And the only time we had talked about painting the columns was in an email exchange back and forth. So didn't really view this as something we needed to go back and get approval for. Then when we got to the end and we went for administrative approval, found out that that would be an issue. So we're coming back today to ask to keep it the way we've done it. We've had pretty overwhelming support from the neighborhood. In some of those pictures, you could see we were doing some yard work outside, and there was some stuff out there. As we were out there working on that, just nonstop stream of neighbors would stop by and talk about how much they loved it. So before we came to this meeting, we canvassed the neighborhood and had pretty large support from the neighbors, and had them sign a letter saying that they would like to keep it as is with the stain. And then we had a couple neighbors volunteer to write individual letters, which I believe are also in the documents that were submitted. So that's our request today, is to stay with the stained wood as it is, as it matches the door. Well, at least that was our attempt to match the original front door, and instead of going with a white paint on it.
Sure. Well, what I will say, Mr. McGovern, I do think it looks really great. I think that the stain kind of looks, and biggest the guidelines allow for the use of a stain on a front porch structure like this. So that's a, personally, I'd be worried about, setting precedents for other houses in the neighborhood. Well, I think it looks great, and I think it looks really nice. My fear is what does this do to, to other houses in the future? Not sure if any of the other commissioners have a comment on that or feel that way, but curious what your all's thoughts are too.
Well, I don't think the guideline supports staining previously painted or something that wasn't historically stained. And to me, staining this, particularly this style of house seems inappropriate. So I wouldn't be in favor of stain.
Nor would I. This is Commissioner Schultz.
Yeah, I agree. It looks great, and I think you've done, a fantastic job renovating the house. It really does look great. But I just, in the very recent past, this has been something that we've kind of enforced. Something that pretty unilaterally we've enforced. So I think I agree with my fellow commissioners on this as well.
I do as well. I think it looks really nice, but I do agree with the other comments from the other commissioners.
Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project? Anybody from the neighborhood or the association? Do we have a motion either way on this particular project?
May I interject quickly? This is Sarah McGovern, one of the homeowners as well. It was our understanding that these are not historic. They've already been deemed to not be historic columns. And an exception, I believe, would be in order that this is not historic. In fact, when we did the renovation, it was obvious that that part of the porch had been added on at a later date. And so again, not being a historic part of the building, I would think that an exception, and I recognize and understand the concern for setting precedent, but this is an exception because these are not historic. I would think you would be able to enforce, the paint on the historic columns, whereas this is a separate, distinct situation.
I think it's a case of if there is no historic documentation of historic condition of stained columns, then they should be painted because that is the appropriate finish historically, generally not stained, and that's in the guidelines.
We did actually produce it in the attachments. There was a house, same style house, Craftsman, built in 1908 in Pasadena that does have stained, similar to what we did on this house.
You say in Pasadena?
Yes, sir.
I think I tend to agree with Commissioner Brown in terms of the overall look and feel and kind of what the guidelines call for. Again, I think it looks great. I don't know that we can approve that and set precedents going forward.
May I respectfully ask where in the guidelines? We were told opaque paint at one point, and both Ryan and I have done a thorough search, and opaque paint is never once mentioned.
Katie, could you help us out there, or Angela?
So I think we've got several different locations to reference that in 3.1, 3.1.2 says that original or historic wood finishes must be maintained and painted if painted historically. And then we go down to 3.1.5, if repairs or replacements, or 3.1.4, repairs shall be done with like materials. When we look at the section on, there is a section of guidelines on paint, even though we typically don't review paint color, I'm looking for the specific language.
It's section 3.2.1.
With the selection of paint and stain colors based on research of specific historic finishes associated with a specific building is encouraged. While it's informative to know the historic paint colors used, these colors may not be considered currently fashionable or appropriate. Paint as a material finish on wood is considered contemporary and may reflect current trends in the district and preferences of the current owner. So that's under maintenance. You know, in general, when we look at guidelines that talk about making changes appropriately to a historic structure, making changes that are, when you are replacing something that you do not have documentation of, like porch columns that are no longer present, that have been replaced previously, that you go back with something that is historically appropriate, that the design is historically appropriate, and that the materials are historically appropriate. And within those materials, the finish is relevant. We know that our districts did not typically have stained wood features like this. We do have guidelines specifically under new construction that talk about construction of standalone and infill buildings should be compatible in size, scale, proportion, spacing, texture, setback, height, materials, color, and detail to adjacent or nearby buildings and streetscapes. So those are just some of the things that we look at when we look at the finish on wood. This is something that has recently become a trend to stain wood instead of paint. So we're seeing more of it, and we're having to do a better job of talking with applicants about that and calling it out and asking whether they intend to paint the wood. But we know that historically, wood elements like this, porch columns, were not typically stained in Oklahoma City's historic neighborhoods.
Could you see how, as we decided to go back and review the color, as we read through the guidelines, and we read the sentence that says paint as a material finish on wood is considered temporary, may reflect the current trends, that's fairly ambiguous and led us to make this decision. And it kind of goes with what you said about the staining the wood is a current trend. So that does seem to fall right into that section.
And it's
I
further
can
listed.
see where
It's further listed under a section. Everything that has been referred to us is listed under paint and stain. It is not a simple, a paint reference. It is listed under paint and stain. And for this to be something that applicants are held to me, there needs to be advance notice, not just oral notice. Again, I've asked specifically for where is reference to opaque paint, because that's what, we're told orally, and we've yet to be told where the reference in the actual guidelines is to opaque paint. And if this is something that is going to be enforced unanimously, then, or consistently, I guess would rather, should that not be according to open meetings and votes?
So we do have an email exchange with the applicant from the time when the application was submitted, where staff conveys that paint is required, not stain, and the applicant reiterates that back to staff, that they understand that paint is what's required and that stain would not be supported. So we have an email exchange documenting that was communicated.
Yes, and I'm the applicant who exchanged that email. What Ryan and I are saying is, when we decided and got into the project, we went back to confirm, and it seems like you're saying that what staff members say trumps the actual guidelines, and the actual guidelines do not provide for this.
So 3.1.15 says new material should match the historic and material type, dimension, design, configuration, texture, surface coating, and visual appearance. That's referring to new material that is replacing a historic feature or a feature that is no longer present. So you are correct, there is not a single bullet that says opaque paint is required, stain is not allowed. Staff's interpretation of the guidelines, our understanding of the intent of the guidelines throughout the document in numerous locations is that paint is the appropriate treatment unless we know that it was stained historically.
I just think that this is a slippery slope when we start replacing individuals' interpretations of it for the actual guidelines.
But
And
they,
that has us
And Katie,
concerned.
and Katie, what I would say is, based off the CA that was approved previously, it sounded like it was paint that was going to go on the columns. When it came back after the fact, it was the stain, and which is why it's in front of the commission now to ultimately decide on kind of the direction of where we would take this. And I think if it came before us with a proposal that indicated stain, we likely would have denied that particular CA at the time. It sounds like that's the direction the commission is moving now.
In my opinion, as far as the guidelines go, 3.1.15 basically puts the burden on the owner to show us that stain was the historic finish. Otherwise, the historic precedent is paint. Every other house. So unless it's a predominance, so I think, of evidence here that stain is not appropriate by 3.1.15. But if stain could be shown to be the original historic finish, then that'd be a different story. So that's what I say. You're asking about the guidelines. That's the way I interpret that.
And I guess just to kind of follow up on that, the guidelines are just that. They are guidelines, that we use to help inform our decisions. And over the last, really since I've been on the Historic Preservation Commission, that has been a consistent thing that we have enforced. For example, stained garages is something that comes up a lot. And it's kind of the same issue. So, that is why staff kind of make sure that beforehand, they make sure that is clear, because we have had issues where people confuse the two or decide they want stain later. This is definitely not the first time this issue has come up. And I know that staff has worked hard to make sure that is clear. And it seems like in this case, they did that. So, the guidelines provide a guide to us on the commission to help make decisions. And we've had a pretty strong, I'd say, track record or pattern of decision-making that favors painting over staining for garage doors, for porches, that kind of thing.
It's more than that, Klaus. It's pretty clear that unless you can show that material or finish was the historic finish material, it's not appropriate. It's pretty clear.
Sure, I'm not saying they're not clear. I'm just saying there's also, besides that, there's also kind of a track record of clear decision-making, and
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So I just don't want to say that we're just being subjective here, in my opinion.
Sure.
Well, I will voice my frustration that if I had stayed with aluminum wrapped 2x4s, I would have been okay. But the fact that I tried to improve, now I'm having to spend even more to address it. So it sounds like this is not going to go in my favor, but I guess I'll worry about that after you vote.
Do we have a motion?
Before we vote on this, we need to address the previous action, which didn't appear in PrimeGov, that the motion, second, and vote on item 4C was publicly announced, and we were waiting for the formal announcement of that vote in PrimeGov. I believe that cleared as passed, but I just wanted to clarify because that shows up on our screen, but for some people who can't see the screen, we wanted to clarify that that item was completed, the action on that was completed. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Katie, do we need to do anything with that, or are we just noting that for the record?
No, I think just noting that for the record.
Perfect. Okay. Do we have a motion on item number D1?
Yes, I move that we deny item D1 with prejudice.
I'll second the motion.
Moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Linda Schultz. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov.
Good afternoon, all. This is Jennifer. I am apparently having a little bit of an issue again with PrimeGov. I apologize. I am able to make the motion for Commissioner Brown and the second for Commissioner Schultz, but I'm unable to open the vote per my normal routine. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, if you're okay with this, is do a verbal vote and check them off here for you.
That works.
I'm so sorry, guys. I will make an effort to work with the clerk's office again to remedy this. Commissioner Fudge,
I would vote yes to deny with prejudice.
Commissioner Ryman Phillip,
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Milner,
Aye.
Commissioner Schultz,
Yes.
Commissioner Zacharitz.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, this motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. McGovern.
Thank you. May I ask a quick question? Well, one, are we allowed to be excused after this has concluded for our matter? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And my other question is, so in order to be approved for a final approval, we just need to paint it, and we're allowed to paint whatever color we want to.
That
Katie,
is
I would-
accurate. We don't review
I imagine that would
this
go
is
back.
Katie, yep.
Okay. I guess that's, again, our frustration. Paint it pink, stains not. So we just want to, again, voice our disapproval.
You make a good point.
Thank you
Sure.
for your time.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2. Let's see, which one is that? HPCA 20-00038 at 3012 North Walker Avenue.
This is in Jefferson Park Historic District, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Mumtaz Khan for Jorge Mendros, or George Mendros, to install door elective and 2 altar windows elective.
Is the applicant present?
I'm here.
Perfect. Tell us a little bit about your project.
Okay, our project consists of it's a strip. It consists of 3 restaurants. Excuse me, 2 restaurants now. One on both ends, and in the center is a smoke shop. And what we're trying to do is actually have it to where they have access to a larger door, so that they can actually get up into the store easier, if you will. And it's in Jefferson Park.
Let's see, it looks like. Well, do we have any citizens that wish to be heard, or any commissioners that wish to ask questions or make comments on this particular item?
So it looks like the windows that are being proposed to emulate are not historic. And we don't know what the historic windows were like.
Well, If I may add, the historic windows they're actually above, it's a transom window that run across the top part and over before the my parents purchased this building, they were actually painted on, and that's something that we can remove the paint and bring those windows back if that's something that is an option.
It's kind of hard to tell because it's pictured as the dark. It's hard to tell where the transoms are, and that's better. Yeah, kind of see the pattern.
Yes. So if you're looking at that photograph, it's actually right above where you see the blacked out portion of it, right underneath the signage. That's actually, those were the windows as well. But what we're proposing is if you look all the way down from the restaurant that's at the very end, I guess that would be the most southern end of the structure, you can actually see those windows are some of the original, and they're made of wood and single pane glass, and we wanted to replicate that all the way across the entire west facade.
So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, it looks like there's that kind of vertical black board that is covering up some existing windows. Is that what you were saying? Okay.
Yes, and in that on that part of the building in particular, yes, there's actually the windows are covered by some black paint that can be removed, but the windows that we're actually asking to keep in rhythm and repetition of the rest of the windows are the ones that start at the most southern end and they come all the way through to the north end, so that there's a consistency of windows and doors all the way through the elevation.
And just to make sure I'm clear on what you were saying, so you said you could, or it looks like in the drawings, it's showing that board remaining, but you were saying you would consider opening that back up, or you thought?
Yes, yes, sir. Actually, we would consider reopening that back up to its original look.
I guess, personally, just looking at this, I don't really have any issues, especially, I think storefronts and additional openings, just from that, this is not I guess kind of general comment, not necessarily on what you're proposing, but having extra doors and things like that, it does kind of help the streetscape, gives it a little bit more rhythm. I'm not fundamentally opposed to adding entries in buildings like this. Obviously, doesn't seem to be historic, although what is existing in that part of the building also is not historic. So I'm, I guess my initial thoughts on this, and I'd like to hear what my other commissioners have to say about it. I don't really have any major concerns about that. I think it might be nice if there are the existing windows to explore opening those back up as well.
I'm not opposed to making changes necessarily, but we need more information. We need say elevation showing what those windows and doors are going to look like.
Correct. I do believe that we submitted. Right now, we requested to do a Conair storefront style door so that it matches the other doors that are existing there right now. So the door that we're actually requesting is a Conair style door. Although it doesn't sound historic because it's storefront, it will match the other doors as well.
Okay, I see that drawing, I think.
I'm limited here because right now all I see is the west elevation.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, I think you've got a sketch. I think maybe, Alan, I don't know if you're looking at an A01.4, maybe kind of shows.
I've got, A04. Yeah, I've got that.
It would be kind of nice to see what, on the elevation, kind of what the windows above the proposed windows would look like if you were able to open those up, or what that would look like.
Yeah,
Okay.
This doesn't show that feature at all. Yeah, that'd be much better.
That's something that the client said that he would be willing to do. So that if you want us to redraw that and have more detail on that, that's something that's available.
On the north end, is there a transom above those windows too?
No, well, it runs all the way from the northwest facade down, so it's really just that strip right there, and I believe it's address, that's the 3012 Suite A and then Suite B are the two that have just those transom windows.
Yeah, it looks like on the north, like the actual north side of the building, I'm looking at an image here that's included in the packet. So it looks like that black kind of board covering up the old windows wraps around to the north facade as well. So kind of turns the corner there. So I know you're just looking at that one side, but.
Yeah, I'm looking at the north now, and they're painted white on the north. Is the Mayan still there?
Yes, it is.
So these are a mixture of old and new photographs.
Correct. The Mayan's actually there, and the one that's showing, it looks like a Martin Deli. The Martin Deli is no longer there. It's just the Mayan.
So the Mayan treatment with the white painted boards is the current, and behind those white painted boards is a transom?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it'd be nice to expose that. I bet their ceiling is dropped in there though. Anyhow, that's not what you're applying for.
Correct. But that, again, that is something that I can bring to his attention. He's aware of it, and right now there's drop ceilings in there, but to open them up, he wouldn't have a problem doing anything like that. So maybe on the next meeting we could bring that up and maybe have some detail to that.
And I do think they're a little bit related since you're doing the new windows there. You know, I think for it to really, to really work with the rest of the building and kind of restore what was there, I think that would make the whole thing really come together nicely.
Well, it definitely. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Your current project, though, the extra height of the windows on the south portion would definitely be an improvement also. So if you could expose that transom and kind of incorporate that, I think that would be a good change.
I concur. I think it'd make the elevation pop a lot better.
Yeah, proportions would be better, as high as possible for those at storefront.
Absolutely.
Are there any photographs or drawings or anything of the historical building, the way it was historically? Or?
I haven't found historic photos. There are photos on Google Street View that go back to before the building. It goes back as far as 2007. And in those images, the building was either not painted or it was painted a brick color, and the transom windows are, they're enclosed, they're boarded up, but you can see the outline of the individual windows. And some of those older street view photos. And we could certainly do a little bit more digging to see if we could find something more historic, but even just those 2007 and 2011 or so images give a pretty good idea of what those openings looked like previously.
Well, I would like to continue this to allow us, the applicant, to use that research and maybe revise the proposal to try to go back to a more historic pattern if possible.
We can continue to September 2nd or to August 7th. For September 2nd, we would need new information from the applicant by Tuesday of next week, August 11th.
Okay.
But we do have to set a date, a specific date. So if you feel like that's not enough time to get back with the applicant and get with the owner and get with staff, or if you think that's enough time to turn this around.
For the transom windows, I think that's enough time to turn it around. We could do that.
Okay, so we're talking September.
September 2nd.
September 2nd. Okay.
I move we continue item D2 to the September 2nd meeting.
I'll second.
Excellent. Moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Klaus Schreiber Phillips. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov if we are able.
Good afternoon, Commission members. This is Jennifer Swan again. Is anybody on the clerk's office here on the call yet? Okay. I'm still having some technical difficulties with your voting function in PrimeGov. Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if I could roll call this vote.
Perfectly fine.
Alan Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Ryman Phillip,
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor Fudge,
Aye.
Commissioner John Milner,
Aye.
Commissioner Linda Schultz,
Yes.
Commissioner Ann Zacharit.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, this motion passes with all ayes.
Excellent. So this is moved to the September 2nd meeting. We look forward to a bit more information. Thank you.
And I'd like to just add real quick, I live in National Park, and it's been great to see this property, you know, with all the activity it has and all the improvements that have been made to it. So it's an asset to our neighborhood, and I'm thrilled to see additional work on it. So appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman, this is Linda Schultz. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So aren't I supposed to be able to open my attachments on this agenda? Or am I?
This is Katie. You should be able to open the attachments to the agenda that is on the City of Oklahoma City's website, the link that we sent. There's not anything that you can open in PrimeGov, so it depends where you're looking.
Well,
it
I
also
tried-
seems like
Okay. Well, I tried to open the website because I tried to just go to my iPhone, but
Do you want me to send you the link real quick?
I've got the link. It won't, there's no agenda there when I get there. Have y'all got it?
Let me just,
I do.
You trying to pull it up on my iPhone, Linda?
Yeah.
The attachments are pretty large.
It's never been a problem before. I'll try it on a third screen then. Is that what y'all are doing?
so I've got mine open on a separate screen, but it's not in PrimeGov. So it'll be a specific link outside.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Let me try
doubt.
that.
It's the one I just emailed to you.
No, I know the email.
Linda, this is Katie. I also noticed that it doesn't work well for me in Chrome, which is unfortunate since we have to use Chrome for PrimeGov. But if you open it in a different browser, it might work better for you.
Okay, let me try that. That's just what I needed, the browser. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to
Okay.
item 3, HPCA 200051 at 436 Northwest 30th Street.
This is in Jefferson Park Historic District, Ward 2, consideration of possible action on application by Mumtaz Khan for Jorge Mendros, JHM Architecture and Design, LLC, to 1, install window and entry door to north elevation, elective, and 2, remove stair and ramp on east side of structure, elective, 4, install entry to rear side of structure, elective, and 6, install drive and parking.
Perfect.
And that's also elective.
Well, Jorge, it looks like you're up again. So talk to us about this project too, please. I think you're on mute.
Mute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. This was an existing daycare center that that has no longer, the tenant has left. And the reason why we're wanting to do this it's to bring more rhythm to the front facade. That's why we're asking to do an additional large window and double doors in the front, and the removal of the ramp right now. It's not ADA accessible. It doesn't meet ADA requirements, and that would actually be the entrance exit for the parking that can be put in the rear, with a possible patio or something to that effect coming off the back of the building. We would have an ADA ramp, excuse me, we would have an ADA ramp placed at the rear of the structure. So that's something we're proposing as well.
Let's see. Do we have any commissioners that have any questions or concerns on this particular item?
I guess one of my main thoughts, I guess just looking at it, I'm not sure what the history is of the building. It doesn't necessarily look particularly historic. I'm not sure of the openings as well. I think you're adding more openings. The existing elevations kind of interesting anyways. So I'm not sure I necessarily have any issues with the openings per se. I did look at the staff report and your site plan, and you are adding a lot of paving, and there's a comment in the staff report about, let me see if I can pull it up here, that the increased paving without removal of existing paving at the front of the, I think that should be site, appears to be inappropriate and may exceed the required parking for the property. And I kind of agree with that. I think, there's a lot of paving. It's kind of an island of paving. I wonder if, and I'd like to hear what my other commissioners think about this, a good compromise might be, I do generally like having parking in the back, if you eliminated the paving in the front, if that became more of a landscape area, you'd have a wider sidewalk, which I think would be nicer for the kids anyway. And kind of kept the parking in the back. That would be just kind of one of my initial thoughts or concerns.
Where is this building located? I'm sorry, I know it's 30th Street. Is it 436? So it's
directly east of the Mayan.
Yeah. Right. Okay, gotcha.
And on one of the photographs I noticed there's a walkway. There's just a small, about that space right there. That's something that we were wanting to down the road, either sidewalk, if you will, to bring more travel towards the back, because that's one level. That's one way that people, for ADA accessibility as well, everything is level at that point, and it can go all the way to the rear where we're proposing possibly putting a patio. And you're right now there's a lot of paving, and the reason why we put so many parking back there is that there's always been not very much parking on the front sides. So people have always been asking, what can we do for more parking, because the client actually owns both buildings, and so he gets that all the time.
Is the city requiring off-street parking for this?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the city requiring off-street parking?
Well, the city's requiring parking, and there's just not enough there. I'm sorry if that's not what you're asking.
Well, I'm just saying that if you submit this for a building permit, they look at the site plan. Does the city require more parking?
Yes, the city does require more parking. As a matter of fact, we just south of this location, we're proposing to actually broaden the parking lot that is on the south of the southern restaurant that's existing right now. We have something into the city, but we're just waiting for them to give feedback on the site plan.
Yeah, we've talked about that parking lot before.
Oh,
it didn't go well. This is behind the building. So I don't know how many cars are required, how many parking spaces are required. This is a lot, paving the entire, what was a backyard. Also, I don't understand, is there an alley behind this property?
There is an easement, a 20-foot easement.
I mean, but is an alley, can you drive on it?
Oh, no, there's not an alley existing right now.
So your parking layout does not work for the direction of the traffic coming in. You're going the wrong direction to park in those diagonal parking spaces.
This
Well,
is almost like a two-part question, and we only have one part because you've got the parking in the back. But I mean, I see that you could physically get there. You know, if I'm looking at an aerial view, just south of the Mayan there, you'd have to, I guess, open up that fence and you could pull through. But yeah, there's no drive right now, so it's almost
There's no access to the south. So
Right.
I guess my point was, it looks like you go on a drive on the east, and maybe you just have to eliminate some parking to park, say, on the west behind the building. Just
Correct.
have less parking. So in other words, I don't think this site, first of all, I don't know how many cars are required by the city for this use. And second, I don't think this parking plan will work. So the question of the number of cars kind of irrelevant in a way, because you can't put this many cars in there feasibly. It just won't work. So by solving all that, you might be able to park fewer cars in a plan that's more appropriate. If you take a look at it. It's kind of odd too, because you've got entry and exit. I guess you're saying it's a two-way drive. It's 16
Correct.
foot 6 inches wide. Usually a two-way drive would be like 24 feet wide. So I don't know if, I don't think this doesn't meet city zoning requirements, in my opinion. Not regardless of the HP requirements of too much paving and too many cars. And I kind of agree about parking in the front, but there's parking from this site all the way west to the corner. So that really is, I would rather have the parking in front and not have parking in the back, or minimum parking in the back, personally.
Okay. Well, I can also see how this is kind of confusing, because there's a piece of the puzzle that's missing, and that's the other parking lot that's to the south of this other parking lot. But yes, there still is way too many parking spaces there.
I just think we need another stab at the parking plan, but I'm with Klaus. I'd rather have parking behind the building than in front, if that's the approach.
Although, I mean, this is not, my business or anything. It seems like currently there's a playground in the back. And it just seems, I mean, this is not really relevant to the discussion, but it seems like, that's kind of a critical part of the daycare. So I wonder if, what would happen with that, or if they would have some outdoor space, yeah, but I mean, that might go hand in hand with looking at the parking arrangement again, and if there is an approach for the south of that, how that might go hand in hand.
Is it going to be is it going to stay a daycare?
No, sir.
Oh, it is not. Okay.
No.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is Katie. I think it might be helpful if we could talk with subdivision and zoning, and if the owner has an idea of what the intended use is, we can pin down more specifically what the parking requirements are going to be for the property, so that you know exactly how many spots they're going to require and how close you can get to that with everything located in the back, or keeping the spots in the front. I think that would help clarify.
I concur, and I believe the client as well wants more green space back there. There's just too much parking the way it's illustrated right now.
No, and like Commissioner Brown said, I don't think the flow works. You got the entry exit point at the same place, and then the way that the lines are formatted, it doesn't look like it would necessarily work. I will say I am in favor of more windows and doors on the front of the building. I don't know that I love the current configuration or what's proposed, but I do, certainly would look better with a little more with a little bit different layout of the window and door configuration.
That's not an historic building, obviously, but a more of a storefront, I think, would be appropriate along the street.
Yep.
So this is Katie. It is actually a circa 1920 house.
Really?
Yep. When you look down the block, if you look at the aerial and the roof, it was a house just like the ones down the block from it to the east. And at some point was converted to commercial. It used to have actually a storefront looking facade in front of what you see now. That was removed, leaving the gable end roof. And, it appears that the historic porch was enclosed or removed at some point. Well, I would say enclosed because this wall is forward of the front wall of the other houses down the block. But if you look at some of the pictures, you can see that it has exposed rafter tails down the side. So not much left on the exterior of the historic character at this point, but it was a house originally.
Okay.
Right, and just to add what Katie was saying, and something that the client actually is interested in is there was actually on the front facade a parapet wall that protruded above the doorway and everything else. I don't know, Katie, do you have that photograph in this package?
I don't think that's in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I think it might be in the attachments, the meeting attachments
Okay.
that you
And that-
submitted.
Right, and that is something that the client would be interested in bringing back is that facade to where it has a parapet in the front, giving it more of a commercial storefront, but yet still having the detail of the gable roof on the side or in the rear. Excuse me.
I think that'd be great. On the positive side, I think we like putting the ramp in the back.
Oh, the ADA ramp. Okay.
Definitely. Get it out.
Make
Get it front. But I do have one question now. Of course, I think that depends on you putting ADA parking in the back, because typically you want the ramp where the ADA parking is.
Yes,
If
sir.
they're parking on the north along the curb, you'd want the ramp in front. So
Correct.
it depends on your parking layout.
It
Okay.
sounds like we're going to need a continuance on this, just requesting more information and documentation from the city, perhaps.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
One other note on design or facade. I see that facade with the parapet on A01.1 in the packet. And I mean, it seems like that would be a more appropriate facade almost than what it currently is, since that is also not historic with it being closed in. That's just a comment I would have.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see that, Klaus?
That is in the packet. Let's see here, under the application. And
Oh,
that
there
is-
it is, A01.1.
Yeah.
Yeah. More of a, commercial look.
Right.
Residential has been pretty much destroyed. Yep.
Correct.
I do think, the alternative is to go farther in a residential direction, kind of like a Puppies and Joe type of, development, like some of the little houses along Northwest 23rd Street that have been converted to commercial. But
yeah,
And you know what? If
at
I'm
least
wrong-
we know there was something there that was a historic dwelling, and you can see some remnants of that, as opposed to the parapet facade that we know was not historic.
Mhm.
that's a good point.
It's very
And
true.
I think there's a house that's also converted just to the east of that property, a couple doors down, that has actually been converted to a retail. I think it's a clothing store. So there is actually another one on the block that I believe. I'm sorry, I don't have the address or the name, but I'm very familiar. I think it's a T-shirt shop.
Is that the struggle bus? I think is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just right over there. So am I right? That was a house that has been converted to.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's kind of a
Yes.
residential look. Yeah, converted.
Yep, that was a duplex, and that came through the HP Commission. We asked them to put all the parking at the rear of the structure. kind of similar situation to this. And they installed signage and I think replaced doors, and I think they did do a ramp similar to this, but kept it looking like a historic duplex.
And
That one was in a
they-
much more historic condition when they started,
Yeah.
but kind of
Yeah.
a similar situation.
Well, if we could, if this is to be extended, then I think we could bring this into bring more elements into it to make it more historic looking than the parapet, if that's what you all are suggesting.
I think I
Is
would
there-
certainly appreciate some of that.
I'm assuming there's no real documentation of what that looked like before that porch was closed in, or?
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, we have the Sanborn map that shows the footprint, and you can see where it was a partial front porch, kind of the same footprint all down the block, similar to the houses to the east of it. So, I think those would be obvious examples of what was likely a similar style, but nothing that, no photos that I've located.
Well, I think John brings up a good point. I think that might be a good example to look at, as you're revising these plans, and what might work well here. And honestly, because it is so close to the sidewalk, I don't know what the business is going to be, but it might offer an interesting opportunity to have some kind of semi-protected outdoor, almost like a patio space, but of course, I don't know what that use is going to be. So, but.
That's something to take in consideration. That would be nice on the front to have little tables and so forth. That would be very nice to bring the back into the front. That would be nice. So Katie, if you could send me some of those photos or what have you, the porch style.
Yeah, for sure.
We can definitely bring that into it.
So it sounds like this is, the thought is to continue this, which we can do again, either to September 2nd or October 7th.
I would want to do this on October 7th if possible.
Okay.
Because there'll be more elements that we'll need to be bringing into this one. And we'll have to wait for the city, their information as well on the parking, and as well as trying to make something work with that entrance exit.
Perfect. Do we have a motion to continue this to the October 7th commission meeting?
I'll make a motion to continue this to the October 7th Historic Preservation Commission meeting. Item HPCA 200051.
Second.
Moved by Klaus Schreiman Phillips, second by Alan Brown. All in favor? Are we able to vote in Prime Gov, or are we verbally voting?
Looks like it's working.
We're waiting now.
All in favor, please vote in Prime Gov. Okay, that motion's been passed. This item's been continued to the October 7th meeting. We look forward to some more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Quick note, I'm going to have to recuse myself for this next item, so I will go dark and I'll be back for the next item.
Perfect. Okay, moving on to item number 4, HPCA 20000070 at 833 Northwest 42nd Street. Is the applicant present? Oh, sorry, Katie, do you want to talk a little bit about this particular project?
Yeah, let me just read off. This is in Crown Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Hunter Griffin for Jared Smith to item 2, construct new residence elective, and item 3, construct new walkways and sidewalks and driveways elective. Item 4, construct new fence and gates elective, and item 6, construct new garage elective. The commission saw this application previously and suggested or requested several revisions and provided comments on the design and feedback, and the applicant has returned with some revised documentation. We also have, I believe, neighborhood representatives on the call that wanted to speak, as well as the applicant.
Excellent. Let's hear from the applicant first. Can you talk to us a little bit about your project and what changes you made to this particular project as well?
Yeah, hey, it's Jared Smith here. Yeah, for the most part, we kind of shrunk the footprint to get us down to the 50%, and then took away a few of the elements on the columns that we had that would have had the gate, and then we have, I believe, and I don't see it on here, but we did have a covered porch as well, and we've have taken that off as we had got some feedback that it kind of looked like it was all one continuous structure from front to rear of garage. And yeah, we've spoke with the neighborhood a little bit, and I know they've had a meeting since, but you know, I know there's some concern with the height of the structure, and kind of how we designed that was to not have, you know, to have more space on the lower level to not make it look so large, instead of having, which makes us have a little bit bigger footprint. And that gets us to, like I said, to that 50%. Like the last meeting, and we feel that, you know, this design is fitting for the neighborhood, and I do understand some of the concern, but it's also, you know, I feel very prevalent living in the neighborhood that, you know, not to build something that, you know, was to look like or try to replicate something that was already there. So we feel like we can do, make this fit in this design and make it look like it was something that was there.
I know a lot of the conversation previously was, do you try and replicate what was there, or do you try and incorporate some elements of other houses in the neighborhood? You know, not necessarily having it be an old, you know, I guess an older looking home, or replicating what was previously there, but something that's different now. But curious what the other commissioners are thinking about this particular project, and what questions do we have for the applicants? Or do we have any?
Well, okay, I'll jump in because I was vocal in the last time. I still don't think this is an appropriate design. It's still an historic knockoff, even though it's not like the ones next door on either side. To me, doesn't really matter. Maybe it's better because you're not emulating something next door or what was there, but to me, a more contemporary building would be appropriate, or a contemporary interpretation of the Tudor style. This, to me, I don't see a reason for it, and I don't think it fits personally. But that's just my opinion. Anybody else?
I agree with you, Commissioner Brown. This is Commissioner Schultz.
So you would like to see a more contemporary building, period? And just throw out the historic integrity of it all, or?
Oh, no, that's not what I said at all. You can do a contemporary building that in massing, form, details, is compatible with historic architecture without something that's overly historic, a knockoff basically in design. And I realize historically, you look at Crown Heights, you'll have a building of this style, the Art Deco, whatever you want to call it, right next to a Tudor. My point is, neither one of those, knockoffs of either one of those, are not appropriate. It should be a contemporary interpretation of those styles.
And I mean,
that doesn't mean you come in and build an Edmund house. That's not modern. That's not a contemporary.
No, I mean, I beg to. I mean, I know that's your opinion, but I don't think this is a knockoff of anything. I mean, you won't see this anywhere. I mean, it is our interpretation of what would have been. So
Well,
I
by knockoff, I mean aping the historic style. That's just my feeling. I don't think it's appropriate, but I'm just one vote. So
no, but I'm just trying to further that along because, you know, we are sitting here in front of historic preservation, building a new structure in a neighborhood that hasn't happened in a certain time period. I'm not sure if anyone on the board has seen that happen. But I haven't since I've been in here. So I'm just trying to get feedback on, you know, if you're not wanting a knockoff, you're not wanting, what are we wanting is the big question.
it's hard. It's a contemporary building. To me, this is not a contemporary design, but, and I know it's very general and nebulous, but to me, this is overly historic in detail and design.
So, okay. Can anyone else chime in? Because I'm a little confused on that. So
Alan, I can certainly see your point. Now, the challenge, I guess, that I've got is we know exactly, we know what the structure looked like before, and now we're going back to something that's completely different. Having said all of that, I think some of the coolest houses I think the coolest house in Crown Heights is one that looks very similar to this. And I guess I would be, because there is some sort of those Art Deco features that replicate I can't remember which street it's on, but the one right there on Chartel.
Yeah, it's on 40th Street.
I'm not necessarily opposed to this design. I think it pulls in some of the architectural elements of some of the houses that are, some of them, in my opinion, the coolest houses in the neighborhood. And I think looking at this, people aren't going to think, oh, that's a historic home, but it's trying to kind of fit in with the neighborhood and while being a more modern interpretation. And so
you kind of touched on it. Somebody's looking at this. There are others that are similar, but they are historic. This one's not, and they won't know that this is not an historic building, I don't think, because it's very historic looking. The point is, a contemporary building shouldn't do that. You ought to be able to say, it ought to be able to contrast with historic architecture. I know the last meeting, I think Joe was defending it, but I've also heard her say just the opposite. You should be able to tell what was historic and what's not. That's the bottom line, I think.
So come with a design that is just more contemporary is what you're saying. So just, I guess that catches me quite off guard with dealing with you guys for now 10 or 12 years.
Well, you look at historic preservation design, that the idea is not to try to build something that looks just like the historic building. You can't tell the difference. You're trying to differentiate it in some ways, yet still incorporate design in massing, in form, in some patterns, materials, but yet not look like an historic building exactly. So you can tell the difference. It's just like adding on to an historic house. You're supposed to differentiate the new from the old. We just have to give you examples. That's all I can say. I'm going to be quiet now. Anybody else?
And I might be jumping around here, Chairman Fudge, but is there anybody from the neighborhood that is here to speak or comment? Because I'm more curious what they have to say. I understand they met, and just to kind of hear any input we can get from the neighbors.
I think that's a great idea.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Davis.
Brian Davis here. Just a point of clarification before I get into my prepared remarks. Hunter Griffin is still listed as the applicant here, but I understand that Mr. Griffin has actually sold the house to Jared. So is he still actually the applicant? How's that work?
Katie, is that something you could comment on?
Let me look at Jared, you can probably speak to it more quickly than I can about the ownership status at this point?
I mean, yeah, I'm the owner now. I don't, as far as the applicant goes, I mean, I was on the first application for Mr. Hunter to get the original structure demolished. So I don't know how that transfer would be or how that would go.
Honestly, I don't even know if it's relevant. It's just, to me, sort of a point of order.
I would assume that I would probably be both now, but like I said, I think it's in the front go, but I'm not sure how that went.
Okay, appreciate it. In any case, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, HP and other city staff, Ryan Davis, 905 Northwest 41st Street, and I'm here representing the Crown Heights Edgemere Heights Neighborhood Association. We think the handling of this case demands great care. We believe it's the first time, as Jared touched on, since Crown Heights was placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1973, that it's been necessary to demolish a house and build an entirely new residence in its place. The decisions the commission makes on this application could set far-reaching and long-lasting precedent, not only for Crown Heights, but for every one of Oklahoma City's historic preservation and urban conservation districts. We understand that standards and guidelines pertaining to renovation of historic homes do not strictly apply to new construction. Indeed, the National Park Service has long held that one should not try to replicate what was there before. There is an argument to be made then for this Art Deco design, especially given, as Commissioner Meacham pointed out last month, that there is significant diversity, including Art Deco, in the district. There are, however, other issues. The original covenants for Crown Heights held expressly that homes in Block 2, and that is the 800 block of 42nd Street, be limited to one-story residences. This goes, we think, to the very essence of our community as an historic district. That is, G.A. Nichols planned for and spelled out a variety of uses, including commercial, and a range of homes from modest to elegant in a way that was practically unheard of 90 years ago. If this essential element of our history is not worth preserving, then we open the door to irreversible erosion of the glue that holds historic districts together. The staff report for this case raises several other issues, many of which, for lack of time, I cannot pursue here, but which underscore the need for extreme due diligence. I'll use the rest of my time to articulate our board's greatest concern, which have to do with scale and proportion. Data available from the Oklahoma County Assessor's Office show that lot coverage in the 800 block of Northwest 42nd Street ranges from 19% to 52.5%. Now, for the purposes of this discussion, I define coverage as the square footage of primary dwellings plus other built space like garages, porches, patios, and wood storage sheds divided by the square footage of a given lot. I did not include basements or open paved surfaces such as driveways and sidewalks. Not counting square footage for the second floor. And again, there is the fundamental issue of the covenant mandating single-story homes. This new residence would occupy 35% of the lot. When you add the driveway and sidewalks, that is a significant amount of lot coverage. Only two other houses on Block 2 of the original Nichols plat have larger footprints. Those are at the far eastern end of the block, and they're almost outliers because they're so far down the street. And at 52.5%, the house at 805 42nd is actually over the 50% limit for lots zoned R1. We're also concerned about the long flat roof that for half the house's length would rise between 22 and 25 feet from the ground. That's higher than the eaves of any other house on the block. It would create a wall that casts shadow and kills sunlight. And this is in sharp contrast to the steeply pitched roofs of the surrounding homes, which rise and fall in such a way that allows light to penetrate. I definitely appreciate Mr. Smith's desire to build a place that, what as he had put it in conversation with me, that would meet the needs of a modern family. I do also wonder whether he could meet that need by building a basement instead. Now, I'm going to beg your indulgence on the time limit because I heard just this morning from a resident of Block 2 who is unable to appear personally because of work commitments. Here is what she told me, and this is a quote. "I have no doubt what he wants to construct would be beautiful, but I was hoping he would build something like what was there before. This individual does not believe this house as designed would fit in. It concerns her that this will not be Mr. Smith's primary residence." It comes down in part to this question. Allowing time for landscaping to mature, for instance, will this residence look like it's been there for a while, like it belongs? This is not a sophisticated measure, but it's reminiscent of how the late Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart tried to explain his threshold for defining obscenity back in 1964. I know it when I see it. we're afraid that this design will fail that test. Allowing construction on this scale would set a precedent that not only casts aside the original G.A. Nichols mandate for single-story housing on Block 2, but which we fear would also give adjacent homeowners immediate grounds to apply for large additions not in keeping with the Nichols plan. At that point, you have undermined the very foundation for Crown Heights as historic district. I shared with the commission last year my personal experience of living in another community where the municipal government for several years routinely allowed teardowns in the construction of huge new houses that destroyed the balance of entire neighborhoods. Too late, that city has gone to a design review system, but the character of block upon block has been forever altered, and they will never be able to unring that bell. Our board asks that the commission take the necessary steps to ensure that that cannot happen in Crown Heights. We endorse the staff recommendation for continuance, and I thank you.
Can I raise my hand?
Absolutely.
I'm Betsy Brunstetter. I'm a resident, 604 Northwest 41st Street, and an architect. Who wants to follow Brian Davis? That is amazing. I just wanted to express a couple of my concerns. I would echo everything that Brian said and a lot of what Alan said, but I am concerned about the scale of the Art Deco house next to the little cottages. And just wanted to point out that the other Art Deco homes that are in the neighborhood are either sitting by themselves, like the quadruplex, or are adjacent to houses that are somewhat larger than they are. And in order, I understand, to get that second floor on the Art Deco house, that brings the parapet up to quite a distance over what would be considered an appropriate scale to the adjacent houses. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other citizens that wish to be heard on this particular, or residents of the neighborhood wish to be heard on this particular project?
Can I follow? Well, if there's no other person, can I kind of try to follow up that? So, and we spoke with Mr. Davis and several times, and it was a great conversation. But there's also some things that are completely different in what neighborhood is wanting something that fits in, looks like it belongs there, but also I'm being told to build something that is more contemporary, that doesn't look like it belongs there, that was built now.
That's not what I said, Jared. That's not what I said. I said it's a contemporary interpretation of what was there. It doesn't mean it doesn't look like it's not supposed to be there. That's a complete different approach than what you said.
Okay, I did not say that what was not supposed to be there, but you were wanting me to say contemporary because you were saying that our design is a knockoff. But so I'm just trying to figure out, we've got to, this is meeting 2, we've got to figure out, what you guys want on this. And so that's what I'm asking, what do you guys want on this deal? Do you want a Tudor just like what was there, a knockoff Tudor, a contemporary something, whatever it is, with a pitched roof line, so we can just try to get on the same page and move forward? So
this is Commissioner Schultz. Mr. Smith, I think that we should not sort of glide past the points that the neighborhood brought up, and that is overwhelming bungalows. I mean, I believe that they bring up valid points about replacing and where small houses are, where bungalows, which I think are very important to preserving the historic nature of a community. So part of it is style, but part of it is mass. I mean, we've all seen neighborhoods demolish all their bungalows and put in modern, whatever, more suburban looking homes in order to be more marketable. But there are also, for me, in terms of that size and mass thing is just as important. I mean, it should fit in with, regardless of whatever style we all agree on, it should fit with the neighborhood. It should fit with the block and not overwhelm the neighbors, overwhelm all the other bungalows on the block. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from.
No, and I completely understand that. And that's exactly what we had tried to do by not making, I mean, there's several things that we have to take into consideration here as far as, the whole, demolishing of a property and trying to rebuild for even if it was my personal home. I mean, it's we wouldn't go back and build, a small Tudor bungalow there. It just wouldn't be hardly even possible financially. So what I did is we took on even the 800 block is like, hey, what are the surrounding, not necessarily next door to each other, but what are the surrounding houses and what are the square foot and what are the coverages? And we went, not over them, but, up to what they were. So that's where we're coming up with that footprint. And therefore that's why we had the elongated houses, because we felt that if we did go, a smaller footprint and do, just a double box, then therefore, it's going to be more amassing. I don't, for what we have, it's kind of set back on the upstairs to make it not feel as such a, overmassing structure. So, I mean, but that's just, what I tried to do. So, and I completely understand from where everyone's coming from. My thought is just like, there's no just cut and dry to this. So it's just like, trying to figure out without taking up 6 months or 8 months of going back and forth, what do you guys, who is it that wants it and what are we wanting to see there would be the biggest thing going forward.
I guess personally, I'm comfortable with the design and style of the house. I'm not necessarily comfortable with the size. And I'm looking at some of the plans. The house next to it has an approximate height of 20 feet. This one's at 25. The one to the looks to be to the right of it is 27 feet. I do think it, from a scale perspective, it does overshadow the two homes around it. And so that, to me, that is of concern. But the design, to me, is I think the design is adequate for the neighborhood for sure.
Well, and that's just the beginning on that little lot, because the next thing we'll see is some huge, I mean, there'll be more concrete. I mean, there'll be more coverage asked for because the homeowner, if our experience serves us, will want to build other things. And so pretty soon the whole lot is things. So it's like it's completely out of, the realm of the rest of the block, of the neighborhood, of the guidelines, actually. So I think that those guidelines are there for a good reason, and we're really not allowed to think about the economic impact of a decision, because our lane is the historic preservation piece, and also to secure that for the whole neighborhood. So I think it needs to be scaled back.
I tend to agree with you. I guess, the part that makes makes this so challenging is, like Mr. Davis said, this hadn't happened since 1973, where a house has been completely burned down or is in need of, basically needing to be completely scrapped.
Part of that, though, is because we didn't have so much demolition approved.
Yeah, we don't
Every
allow.
house was deemed savable. And so since 1973, that has in fact been operative. So it's not an accident that this is the first one.
Sure, I buy that too, yeah.
This is Katie. I know that we're talking about Crown Heights and that we haven't had new construction in Crown Heights in a very long time, if ever. But I do want to say that the commission has approved new construction numerous times in just the last few years in multiple historic districts across the city. And I think we've got lots of good examples of structures that take a more traditional approach where they incorporate a lot of the architectural details of the structures around them, the roof form, the form of the front porch, the massing, the materials, and maybe incorporate more modern architectural details that are more subtle. And we also have some good examples of much more modern interpretations of architectural styles found within the block that are clearly distinctly modern and of the current time period, but that reference, again, the massing, the forms, the kind of architectural components of the structures around them. So I know Crown Heights hasn't had a lot of experience with this, but I think the commission does have many good examples of some successful new construction projects from just the last several years.
I agree with that.
Mr. Flood, Randy Ice, Heritage Hills. We sent a letter. I'm at 119 Northwest 19th Street. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we sent a letter. We support Crown Heights' position. We have had a number of infill houses go into Heritage Hills, unlike Crown Heights. I will tell you the one thing, we have had all kinds of different situations. The one thing we have been consistent about is enforcing the covenants. And our neighborhood has gone so far as to take legal action against homeowners who violated the original covenants. The most recent case were covenants written in 1911. The courts have consistently allowed these covenants to be enforced if they are things about architecture. For example, not having a two-story house. Now, not every neighborhood is willing to go to court over these things. But I would warn the applicant and that this could happen. Crown Heights could take them to court, and Crown Heights would probably win. And I would encourage the Historic Preservation Commission not to encourage a lawsuit by approving anything that violates the original covenants for this neighborhood. That's bad public policy to encourage neighborhoods and homeowners to sue each other. We're very serious about these covenants. They were done for a purpose, as Mr. Davis has indicated, and we need to stick to them, particularly with regards to massing, setbacks, the height of the building, and things of that nature. And we've consistently done that in Heritage Hills.
I don't think anybody's trying to get in a lawsuit here, but I do understand what you're saying. As far as the single story, I do understand that as well, but there's several two-story buildings on the block. So I wonder if there was a time that those were just built after fact, or how those snuck in along the way.
If I may, I do believe, Jared, that those were essentially grandfathered in. I don't know how it came to be, but that house at 801 right on the corner was built as a two-story home from the giddy up.
Right.
And the house at 805, and again, that house at 805 actually violates the lot coverage restriction or the limit under R1 zoning. Again, both of those would be grandfathered in. Okay, and so when 1973 came, then you're kind of frozen in time. And so for the purposes of this discussion, what happened before at 801 and 805 doesn't play into this, because now we're dealing with a completely different set of rules.
And is that both sides of the street? What about the other ones on the
block two, which only the north side of the street between Francis and Chartel.
Okay.
That's where the covenant applies. Unfortunately, it's the place where your lot sits.
Sure. And is that and this is just, a question, is that what is the preservation district or commission, what are the rules on that? I mean, is that what we're following, or how do we stand there?
So I will say that our guidelines and ordinance do not directly reference the plat or the restrictions or covenants that are within the plat. That's kind of a separate legal mechanism than zoning. I know that in general, the city does reference various elements of plats when they are reviewing things like building permits. They look at things like the setbacks that are established in a plat. And as was mentioned, I know that they can be enforced through civil actions between property owners and neighborhood associations and that sort of thing. But I think I would defer to Rita on any more detailed analysis of how those play into this type of a review.
Katie is correct that those are things that can be taken to court, but for purposes of this commission, you should limit your review to the guidelines and make your review based on the items that are listed in the staff report, as well as pulled from the guidelines.
So basically, I don't know that the commission can say, what design we think you ought to go with, Jared. I think all we can say is that it doesn't fit the guidelines. Is that, Rita, would you say that that's accurate?
I would say that should be the extent of your review rather than what the rest of the city code has to say or what any restrictive covenants might have to say. It should be a matter of the application presented and how that is measured against the guidelines. And that's all of it.
The guidelines of the historic preservation or the city guidelines? City code.
Guidelines of the historic they're the same thing. The city guidelines are indicated in the ordinance in chapter 59. They're referenced there, and they're also available online if you'd like to look at those there. But they speak specifically to what it is that is allowed in the various neighborhoods. And then there are some general regulations that talk about what is and is not allowed. So staff would be very happy to work with you regarding those guidelines if you have any specific questions related to that.
So you're saying that the structure as it sets or as it's on plans does not fit the guidelines, correct, currently?
That's what we're trying to decide. I'm ready to make a motion on this. Staff's recommended continuing. If you want to read the staff recommendation, I agree with everything they wrote. Pretty much says what at least I've been trying to say in a general way. So does anybody else have a comment, or are you ready for a motion?
I mean, hang on just a second, because I've heard from three of you, which is great. I do love the feedback, but I know you're not going to sit here and tell me what to do, but I mean, shrinking, it's just, there's just like sending me on to continue on for what would you like to see on the continuance?
Well, you'll need to, what we're suggesting is that you work through these issues with the staff.
Yeah, your option is September meeting or the October meeting.
The issues of the staff report?
Yes.
Or continuance to the September meeting, October meeting, and I would just look at the staff report, and in my opinion, those are exactly the things I was saying in a general way. I was thinking more conceptual, trying to interpret the style instead of trying to duplicate it or a style. So if you read that, I think it kind of gives you some good direction based on the guidelines.
And so what were the, what are the time frames, Katie or Angela?
For the September 2nd meeting, we need new material by next Tuesday, which is August 11th. And then for the October meeting, the deadline is, let me check here. The deadline would be September 1st for an October 7th meeting.
Joel, hey, are you on here? What are you, any of those things, or which one do you recommend if you're on here?
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
Next Tuesday was the deadline for
correct.
September.
correct.
I assume though, from what I've heard, we're talking about a new design without a second floor, correct? Is that what I'm hearing, to be so bold to just sort of say that to you, Jared, in front of all these? But I mean, I feel like
I really
we've got to.
don't know. That's what I was trying to get at earlier. It's the scale, but then is it the scale from a bird's eye view scale? Is it from the street? Or, that's what I was trying to get more feedback on.
I'm gonna say the answer is yes. We can do something between now and turn it in next Tuesday to relook at whatever all of the comments are, and you and I discuss. Yes, let's. I mean, we've got to continue on it, so let's draw something sooner than later, I guess, is my answer.
Okay, well, that's what I just wanted to make sure.
I'd like to jump in and say, I heard three things. One, my comment about the general style, but two, the scale, the second floor, the scale, and three, the site coverage. I've heard comments about it being excessive from Crown Heights representatives. So to me, I heard three things you might want to look at.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. I heard all those things as well. So, still stick with that answer that, that gives us just a little less than a week, but we can push forward so that we can at least get something to look at. Since we have spent so much time, I feel like it won't take that much longer to think through this and go over everything that we've heard today.
And and Joel, just so that you know, I don't think after that last meeting, we'd have to do another entire CA, right? With a whole different design, Katie or anyone?
Right. This would just be a revision to, submitting new documentation for the application that's already under review. You don't have to reapply.
Well, but do we have, I guess, would this just be it'd be the last continuance, right? We wouldn't be able to do a continuance on that one?
That's correct.
Okay.
The commission can continue, the commission can hear the case up to 3 times. On that third meeting, which would be this next meeting, they have to vote up or down. So you would be out of continuances at that point, and you would have to reapply.
Gotcha. So,
okay. I mean, Jared, I'd kind of put it back in your court just a little bit. I can definitely work through some things and spend the time and get what we need, but I just want to make sure that you feel like also you have enough time to think through what you've heard today and be able to, coordinate with me and agree that whatever we've done. I'm not trying to press you. I'm just saying we can do that. The answer is yes on my side. I want to make sure you agree too.
I'm not, it is what it is. And I think I know what direction we need to go in. So I'm completely,
okay.
If you think you can get the work done. So that's all I'm wondering.
All right. Yeah. Well, sounds good.
Perfect. So it sounds like we're going to have a motion to continue. One thing I will say is that I appreciate the conversation between the applicant and the Crown Heights Association, as well as input from Heritage Hills as well. And new construction in a historic preservation district neighborhood is extremely challenging, and this is not uncommon for us to have kind of back and forths like this and differing opinions on what works and what doesn't work. So appreciate everybody's time involved in that. But Alan, it sounds like you were going to make a motion.
Yeah, are we continuing to the September 2nd meeting? So everything's in by Tuesday, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we continue item.
Alan, you muted.
Sorry about that. I'd like to move that we continue item D4 to the September 2nd meeting.
I'll second.
Moved by Alan Brown, seconded by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, this has been continued to the September 2nd meeting. Thank you guys again for the conversation and discussion. Moving on to item number 5, HPCA 2000071 at 524 Northwest 16th Street.
This is located in Mesta Park Historic District, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application by Garrett Moore to item 1, replace front door and side lights, elective.
Excellent. Is the applicant present?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, present.
Perfect. Talk to us a little bit about your project.
Just replacing the front door with the 2 scale dimensions of what's already there for both the side lights and the front door. It is a hollow core door, so it is not original. Looking to replace it with a wood door with glass panes, commonly found in both Heritage Hills and Mesta Park.
Thank you. Do we have any other citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project? Any questions from commissioners? Did we invite Klaus back?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Present.
Excellent.
I
Glad to
do
have-
think, I'm fine with this, with the stipulation that the staff, with the condition that the staff has, that we get the documentation that they require.
I believe, are you referring to scale drawings by the vendor?
Documentation of a similar proposed door is what the staff has
Yes,
used as a condition, Mr. Garrett. Is that something?
Yes, ma'am. That should be submitted. Angela, I don't know if that's a part of this presentation, but it has been submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that,
Ms.
Angela?
Garrett, this is Angela. I have more recent submissions from Mr. Garrett,
Okay,
but they do not meet the criteria of that particular condition. That condition speaks to mullion proportions between
Right.
the sidelights and the door. And I don't believe that the illustrations I have address that in proportions that are seen in this photograph.
So you need documentation showing the mullion width.
If mullions are intended, yes.
Yeah.
Or required.
okay.
Seems relatively straightforward. Is that?
I guess I'm a little bit confused, if I can be honest. I thought the illustration had the mullions included, but I can double check that. We had sent in multiple renderings from the vendor, and I thought that the latest one did have that. But I could be wrong.
So page 10 of 10 in the staff report, Mr. Garrett,
Uh-huh.
that illustrates a door that appears quite wide and has extraordinarily small spaces between it and the side light. But when we look at what you have at the existing condition, the photograph that's on the screen, there are definite mullions between the door and the side lights. And historically, I would have anticipated that those side lights would have been somewhat smaller with the mullions somewhat larger. We have no indication of that. But I don't believe that the drawing that we have on page 10 of 10 illustrates mullions.
So, Angela, by mullions, if you're talking about between the door and the side light?
Yes, sir.
That's more of you said, it says mole post on there. I don't know what, I heard that, but it's like usually at least 2 inches. Yeah, that's kind of thin. I don't think structurally that would even be possible. So historically, a wider, let's call it a jam, would be appropriate. At least 1.5 inches, a 2x4 dimension. Something's more historically appropriate. Now the mullions in the door and the windows themselves are shown as being a 1/2 inch. Is that correct?
I believe it
1 1/4.
1 1/4.
On page 8 of 10. Okay, 1 1/4. Okay, so that's more appropriate for a mullion. Is that, am I thinking right on that, or?
Yes. I'm thinking muntins for the divisions in the glass.
Okay, muntins.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And mullions are wide spaces between doors and windows?
I don't know. That's probably not what I would call it, but yeah.
I could have misstated. I'm sorry.
No, I don't know. I don't know which one's right. So muntins on the doors and the side lights are appropriate, but the vertical, either mullion or jam, is not. Is that right?
That is my interpretation, but not necessarily the interpretation of the commission.
Yeah,
my
yeah.
experience is approximately 3 to 4 inches between doors and side lights.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what the commission chooses.
Yeah, I was just
Thank
trying to
you. I'll step out.
just trying to clarify your point there. So I agree with that. Minimum would be, structurally would require more, and I think more appropriately, 3.5 to 4 inches would be seem to be.
Alan, somehow you got muted on that last part of your comment.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I don't. Where's the last time I said? So the muntins appear to be appropriate. The what they're calling mullions, or the space between the door and the window, I think aren't structurally sound, and ought to be, and historically, architecturally ought to be probably 3.5 to 4 inches.
Correct. The current mullions, if I'm saying that correctly, are 4 3/4, and they would stay the exact same. The entire dimension for the mullions, the side lights, and the door are just to stay the exact same.
Okay, well, it doesn't show that on page 10 of 10.
It sounds like we're comfortable with the direction that this is going and sort of the style, but it sounds like the specs are a little bit off from the drawings and they need to be resubmitted to staff. Correct?
I guess so, but is this something that could not have been found earlier when I was submitting documentation? I mean, I was told that I had all the documentation that was needed.
I am happy to work with the applicant towards acquiring the documentation that represents what he actually wants to build. At some point, eventually I have to stop accepting new documentation and move into staff report and print mode. So I'm sorry if I wasn't able to continue moving forward with acquisition of documents.
I think all we need is drawing 10 of 10 revised to show the accurate vertical mullion of whatever the existing.
Okay. Since it's just the mullions and we're good with the dimensions as far as the side lights and the door, can that be something that's administratively approved?
I think that's what we're saying.
Okay.
But if your overall opening is the same and you want a 36-inch door, you make the mullion wider, it'll reduce the side light a little bit. So,
well, again, it's 4 1/4 currently, or 4 3/4, and that should be good for 2x4 as far as structural integrity of it.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying your drawing doesn't show that. So
I understand. I'm just okay.
So you just revise that drawing to show it accurately. I think that's all we need, and it could be
okay.
I guess, is that right? I guess it is.
Yeah.
That's the direction I was thinking too, Alan.
Okay.
As long as Katie and Angela are comfortable working with the updated drawings once we get the new
Okay.
sections on the doors.
So I move we approve item D5 with the specific findings in the staff report and the condition that the documentation of the vertical mullions will be submitted for staff to approve before we issue the CA.
I'll second.
Moved by Alan Brown, second by Ann Zacharitz. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov.
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Motion passes. It's approved with conditions. Okay, moving on to item number 6, HPCA 20000076 at 3312 North Harvey Parkway.
This is Katie. I might, since we've hit the 4 o'clock point, we might recess for 10 minutes and then reconvene.
Okay.
Works for me.
Thank you.
Back at 4:15, is that what we're thinking, Katie?
Sure.
Perfect.
This is Katie. It's 4:15. If we want to call the roll to confirm that we have quorum and reconvene.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fudge.
Present.
Klaus Ryman Phillip. Commissioner Phillip.
Present.
Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Milner.
Present.
Commissioner Schultz. Commissioner Schultz. Commissioner Zacharitz.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have quorum.
Looks like Commissioner Schultz is back.
Commissioner Schultz.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, you have quorum.
Excellent. So we are moving on to item number 6, HPCA 20000076 3312 North Harvey Park.
This is in Edgemere Park Historic District, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Britta Thrift to item 1, install Circle Drive elective. The commission heard this application previously and asked for the applicant to provide some additional information, some more research into the conditions at the site and its surrounding properties, and you've been provided with some additional information about those conditions.
Excellent. Ms. Thrift, can you talk to us a little bit about your findings, please?
Let me unmute myself, sorry. So since the last meeting, I have moved in. I've been here about 3 weeks now. I'm very much enjoying living in Edgemere Park. The only thing that I don't love is the parking situation. As you guys know, this house is prominently situated on the corner of 33rd and Harvey. As the weather has gotten nicer this last week, parking has become an issue again. Lots of cars park along in front of my house, which I don't have any problem with at all. I love that people, I really do love that people come to enjoy the park. It's one of the reasons I wanted to move here. But it is an intersection that does tend to get bottlenecked at times. People do kind of wind down Harvey Parkway a little too expeditiously sometimes. And if there were cars, you know, when there are cars parked on 33rd, I think there's a good chance someone could whip around that corner a little too fast and hit a parked car if I was to be parked on the north side of my house. My driveway in particular on the 33rd Street side is very short. I have some information. The current driveway is only about 22 and a half feet deep. It's barely long enough to fit my smaller or mid-size SUV. When I have had friends who come over driving an Escalade or a Navigator, something that's longer, they do actually hang out into the street. Because of the elevation, the topography of the lot, and the way that the house is so wide, the way that it's situated on the lot itself, there is no other place to add additional parking. To the east of to the east and to the west, on either side of the driveway, the elevation changes. There are brick retaining walls for that purpose. And then to the south, the house is very close to the property line. I had that in it. Yeah, there's less than 10 feet from the southern property line to the southern edge of the house. Not enough space to get a driveway back there. So there just is aside from the parking issue, there's just no way to get a vehicle up anywhere close to the house or to to get into the backyard or even to get anything up near the front door. If you do park in the driveway, you have stairs leading up, you know, up into the house or up into the backyard on either side of the driveway. And I can tell you, like during the move, that, you know, that proved very challenging for the movers. So that's, let's see. I think that's the main bullet points that I wanted to make.
I know that when we heard this case last month, we were all trying to find creative ways to make this work, and you know, I struggle with it a little bit, in that it just feels like a lot of pavement in the front of this yard, and you know, recognizing that it's in front of the park, and you know that there, you know, hopefully are people out there playing and you know, enjoying the park. I recognize that there's some challenges there, and so this one's a struggle for me. But do we have any citizens or questions from commissioners, comments from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Schultz, and I feel kind of bad that we've sort of drug this one out because, you know, I think that guest park on the street is not really compelling, and that it's not something that's historically amenable in the neighborhood. And it is, you know, skinny driveways are also the same challenge to all of us as we do construction projects or anything in our backyards, but we just kind of muddle through that. So, you know, I would be still, you know, I'd still be for this is not something I think we should approve.
To me, it's pretty clear. 2.3.14 prohibits circular drives on front and corner side yards unless documented as historically present on the specific property, and I don't see any reason that we would deviate from that.
I'd like to jump in here. I think I brought up the idea of number one. I think that even the staff report said that the parking existing parking area in front of the garage is I don't know what the word they said, inadequate. But circle drives are not allowed. My thought was just a drive along the south property line that would allow some off-street parking. That wouldn't be a circle drive, just would be like a normal driveway going up to the house or close to the house. Obviously, you wouldn't go all the way to the back, connect to the sidewalk, so you could actually have deliveries to the backyard. It seemed like that might not be as obtrusive, and everybody, you know, I think the city permits a 10-foot driveway. So a 10-foot driveway, you know, along the south property line, looks like you might be able to get 2 cars potentially parked off street, which I think is a good thing with all the visitors that park around the park.
Well,
so just
I live on the park too, Alan. So
throw that out there as an idea. Well, there is no driveway on this house for off-street parking, and actually, the city for a house would require at least 2 city standard off-street parking spaces. That's a zoning requirement.
Not in a historic district, though, right?
Well, I'm just saying, if this was a house that was a normal house, you know, that was being built, that would be a code requirement. So I think there's justification for some sort of off-street parking, if not the circle drive, which is a lot of concrete. So a 10-foot drive that will go along the south parking the south property line would be something that I would think about personally.
Can I add something, please?
Absolutely.
So I understand that the guidelines, what they say about circle drives. I also understand the purpose of the guidelines is to encourage and protect continuity within these historic neighborhoods. And I still have to reiterate, if you are going to think about the continuity of the houses and the driveways along Harvey Parkway, especially corner lots, there are a lot of circle drives for the homes on corner lots up and down Harvey Parkway from 30th all the way to 35th. So I think if you're looking at continuity, it doesn't go against the continuity of this particular stretch of Edgemere Park.
A lot of the
And I'm, tying into the existing sidewalk. So I mean, yes, I'm adding concrete, but I really appreciate your thoughts, Commissioner Brown. I think that my proposal to incorporate, to add on to the sidewalk that's already there isn't really adding that much more concrete than just a straight driveway that actually could go further back than what my proposed circle drive, further to the east.
The other circle drives were installed, pre-guidelines. And so we have to look at all the new proposals, compliance with the guidelines, and most of them before Edgemere was an HP district. So I understand what you're saying, but we have the guidelines to follow. And I was trying to come up with something that might help you with some parking.
No, and I appreciate that very much. I do. I think that I feel like this particular property, the elevation of it, the topography, the way that the house is situated on the lot gives a lot, provides a lot of factors, creates a very unique circumstance that would warrant an exception.
This is one I'm struggling with as well. And I think I kind of agree and disagree with Alan on some points. Alan was mentioning adding a drive, and I do see that you have a very short drive. There's no ability to add an extra drive on that side or make that longer or wider. There's certainly limited there. Generally, I'm against adding extra drive. It adds impermeable paving. You don't want drives, as few drives as possible where sidewalks exist. You have a unique condition here that you have a park across the street, with the sidewalk, which is what people would walk on if they're going north and stuff from Edgemere. And regardless of whether some of those drives that are in the area are historic or maybe were implemented right after, I feel, I think there is a unique circumstance that you are limited by your drives. I mean, we've allowed garages that were slightly larger than historically, that are kind of accurate for today's cars. And I realize that, there are large vehicles, large trucks that would stick out into the street. And there is a pattern of development with circular drives. And I feel like if something that we're considering is maybe adding a drive on the south, I would argue in that case, I would think a circular drive would be the most appropriate approach. I mean, I think having a drive dead ending, to the side of where that landscape is on the side, kind of the picture we're looking at now, pretty much you'd have to get rid of that tree that you're looking at. I don't think that's a good solution. And I kind of feel like in this case, which is normally I would not be in favor of this, I think there are enough unique circumstances. The fact that there's not a sidewalk in front of your house, the fact that you do have a very short drive without the ability to modify that area in any way to add to that. I think I'm kind of talking myself into it being appropriate, but I'd like to hear what other commissioners commissioners have to say.
I missed that tree on the south. I wouldn't want to lose that tree either.
Definitely not.
I think it's the best. It might be the best option in a kind of a difficult scenario, I guess, is kind of my way to look at it, maybe.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I tend to agree. It is the best option, but where I struggle with it is, standards and guidelines don't support new circular driveways.
And they don't for a reason, because they aren't historically amenable to the neighborhood or to the history of the neighborhood. I mean, there's a reason when our guidelines say there will not be, as opposed to, oh, well, you can consider things, whatever it's in your, your personal opinions. But for me, specifically for the guidelines to say there's not going to be circular driveways, then it doesn't say, unless there's a park or because there's lots of parks and there's lots of houses across the street from parks.
But there are times that we approve something because there is a unique
circumstance.
And I would argue that the way, it is a shorter lot, it seems like you do have the topography changes, you do have that short drive without an ability to widen or deepen it. To me, that is a unique condition that could, in this case, warrant a circular drive, because I don't think adding a straight drive in this case would be an acceptable or a good solution.
Well, nor do I, Klaus, and I guess I would say, then you would say that any house then who has a short drive would be a unique circumstance and they can have a circular drive.
I'm coming around to Klaus, and I assume that a circle drive wouldn't be acceptable, but I'm hearing some support. Coming back to my requirement for a parking space on site by the city on the north side, the distance from the garage, which is the northeast part of the house, to the street is, would you say, Ms. Thrift?
It is 22.5 feet.
From the garage door to the curb?
To the edge of the street, yeah, to the
apron. Well, the requirement is you be able to park on your property.
Yeah.
There's a right of way there. So looking at your drawing, it looks to me like you've probably got about 6 feet of actual property. So you cannot park any vehicle in front of your garage off street, off the right of way.
Correct.
So to me, that's a pretty good unique circumstance by city requirements.
I agree. There's no way that you could park a car there on your property, yeah, and I've actually varied this in rezoning applications, but technically garages don't count as a parking space as well per.
It's true. If you ask them that, I've asked the city why that is, and they say, because we assume that your garage is full of junk.
Well, and I
This
can.
is Angela.
Story.
If I may.
Hi, Angela.
Hey, thank you. The staff report contains, I believe, a number of specific findings that you could possibly include in unique circumstances for a motion for this, if that is the direction in which you're heading. But I believe that Commissioner Schultz had a very good point that we have lots and lots of very short driveways. And that would possibly put us in a position where you may not want to approve a driveway simply based on the fact that the existing is extraordinarily short. Mr. Ryman Phillips has brought up, has brought up the circumstances along 33rd Street, as has Ms. Smith, and along Harvey Parkway there, where there are in fact existing circular driveways. And so your patterns of development are likely the best possible use of unique circumstances in combination with other specific findings.
So we can say if it was, if somebody did it before the guidelines, if somebody else in the neighborhood does it, then that's a pattern.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Angela, but it sounds like in a way we could approve this without setting a precedent for every house with a short drive on the side, because really, I mean, that is a specific finding on this, but the unique circumstance is that there's a pattern of development on adjacent, in this immediate vicinity with circular drives, which may not be the case for other houses that might have a short drive. That would all be reviewed on a case-by-case basis anyway.
I think it's a combination of the two. If it just had a short driveway, but there was no pattern of circle, we probably would say, hit the Park Street. If it is just the fact that there's a pattern of development, but yet they had an adequate driveway, we wouldn't approve. So it's a combination of the two, in my opinion, that says maybe this is something that would be appropriate and a unique circumstance. Every case is different.
Yes,
this is Katie. I would just add on the pattern of the circle driveways. Sorry, this is Katie. That not only do you have a number of circle driveways in this location, but you have circle driveways that, whether we know if they were original or not, they are well incorporated into the design of the houses. This is not an example of people just paving their whole front yard so that they can turn around in the front yard and pull forward out into the street. These are circle driveways at large homes where they're proportionate to the configuration of the home and to the lot, where they're tied into the landscaping and do function as a design feature. So I think that kind of to Linda's concern about Commissioner Schultz's concern about existing circle drives, then creating an allowance for new circle drives, I don't think that has to be across the board, but I think it is a factor that you can evaluate.
Well, and if you think about around the park, every house has a circle driveway. I mean, then it's just not historic anymore.
Well,
They'd have to have a unique circumstance. It's not like we're opening the door.
That's yeah, maybe.
Yeah, if I may, I mean, if I could put a drive alongside to the east of my garage, I would be more than happy to do that. That would actually save me a lot of money. But in this case, it's not possible. Oh, I mean, I guess it'd be possible if I dug up a bunch of dirt and put a new retaining wall, but I don't think that would do any of us any favors as far as protecting the historical integrity of the property.
I also think, oh, go
I
ahead.
do get that. I mean, I'm sort of hardlining this one thing. I mean, I do understand that you are, I mean, I feel your pain sort of thing. I understand that you're trying to get off-street parking. And I don't think that we are supposed to talk about city ordinances necessarily. I think we're supposed to talk about historic preservation, but, and also to help you, live in your house and improve it and enjoy it. I mean, I
Sure.
fully sympathize with that. So, and I think it would be kind of hard to put that driveway, that single driveway on the right side, well, actually on the left side of your house if you're looking at the park. I don't, that just didn't seem like.
I agree. That's my point. I mean, that would be very difficult to put. Oh, you're talking to the east of my driveway. Yeah.
Yes,
I
thank
don't
you.
really think that that's a plausible solution.
And just one final comment on the actual design of this. I mean, I think you've done a good job in designing the drive to where you're incorporating the existing tree. So I think once it's completed, it's like a planter with a mature tree in it. So I think it's something that give it a few years. I don't think anyone would necessarily think twice about it, but.
And also incorporating the existing sidewalk, which we
Right.
approved years ago. So it's about the minimal circle drive you could put, so I guess we're talking ourselves into it here.
And it's interesting how these things come full circle. No pun intended. But I'm with Klaus. I appreciate the kind of the minimal design. If it was just out of convenience, that's another thing. But I think we've talked about enough unique circumstances here today where I'd be certainly comfortable with an approval.
Is there anybody from the neighborhood online here? It's not.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve HPCA 200076. Is that the correct one? Yeah. To install a circle driveway with the specific findings that the parking on the property is limited due to the placement of the garage and change in topography, and the parking on the property is limited by the width of the dwelling. And also that there is a pattern in the neighborhood of development of the circular drives that supports the design in this case.
I would also add, it's okay, Klaus, that that the proposed design is minimal and responds to the existing sidewalk and tree location.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So include that.
And I would second that.
Because I think I'm going to have to second that. Unless somebody else did.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Klaus Raymond Phillips, second by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in prime go. Okay, the motion is approved. Enjoy your new driveway.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Let's see, moving on to item number 7, HPCA 200096 at 900 Northwest 38th Street. Katie, can you talk to us about this one? You may be on mute.
Sorry, thought I unmuted. This is Crown Heights Historic District, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Matthew Webb, Knoll Outdoors, for Thomas Boundrin to 1, remove existing rear concrete elective, 2, pour new rear concrete elective, 3, construct rear gable and patio cover elective, 4, construct shade wall elective, and 5, install can lights and ceiling fan elective. This is the first time that this application has been before the commission. It is an outdoor patio cover and patio. It is potentially visible from the street just because of the spacing between the houses, that you'll be able to see it along the side of the house there, and is larger than what we would typically administratively approve for an outdoor feature like a patio or a pergola. Staff did recommend approval with a handful of conditions addressing some materials.
Excellent. Is the applicant present?
Sure.
Talk to us about your project, please.
So the existing concrete on the back of this house is in shambles, if you will. It's cracked and heaving, and so part of this project entails ripping that out, and that concrete also connects to the new driveway and the detached garage. And then with the south-facing exposure of this house, there is no protected patio space from any elements, heat in particular. And so that this gable roof then is the intent is to provide that patio space so we can sit out here.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from citizens or the neighborhood association?
I had a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
So Katie, I'd like to address it to Katie. Why is this here? Now, what is the reason that this could not be administratively approved?
So there's not a specific reason. We have some guidelines that allow us to administratively approve things in the rear, just a surface grade patio or a deck that's not above 6 feet in height. Mid-block, we can approve things like pergolas that are not, that don't exceed a certain height limit.
Right.
And just because this is, but that's all based on things not being visible from the street at all. And because this one will be partially visible, we brought it to the commission. And I guess because of the height of the overall structure.
It's permanently attached. I'm sorry, this is Angela.
Yes, that's right too.
It's permanently attached, and from the west side at the street, this structure is going to be extremely visible.
Mr. Webb, have you talked to your neighbors about this project at all? Have they given you any feedback or offered any thoughts or concerns?
So this is Thomas Fonder, and I'm the actual owner of the house. The house to the west of us is being renovated. I've spoken to the gentleman that is doing the renovation, actually just finished the renovation in our house. So I talked to him about it. He's all in favor for it. Block anyone's view from his point of view in the house just to the west.
I guess I don't see anything in here that specifically stands out to me as, for us to say that we should ask for a continuance or for a denial. I know that there's specific conditions that need to be addressed. To me, if those are addressed and staff is comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it.
I do have one question. As far as the rear elevation, it really is in perspective. It looks to me like the peak of the addition would intersect a window. Is that just perspective?
It's just the perspective.
Okay, so it's
That peak, that window will be clear of the roof line.
Okay, I'm looking at now at page 11 of 25, and it looks like the peak is right below the sill. So, and on 10 of 25, okay?
Yeah, that angle kind of makes it hard to see. I mean, if I follow that beam that kind of attaches to the house next to the window, it looks like there might be 1.5 feet or a foot, but it is difficult to tell for sure.
Sorry, I'm going to the photos here that have all been submitted. My apologies.
So the finish is stained. There's a lot of different views here. Is stained rough cedar, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because some of them show white.
I'm sorry, what?
Some of them show white and some of them show brown. So it's all stained, and the fascia would be painted.
Correct. The end of the gable would be the same siding that is on the back of the house.
Okay.
I think with the condition on that one is that it's a smooth siding and not a texture.
But the structure below would be rough sawn.
The support post, yes.
And also that
The shade, that shade screen wall, yes, on the west side.
Okay.
So we just talked about stained wood earlier today. Is there any connection between this and the previous case that we heard? I know we're supposed to evaluate these on their own merits, but it didn't work earlier and doesn't work in this particular situation, knowing that this is in the back, not the front of the property as well.
I think that's the big thing is it's just the visibility of it.
It's also an addition, and it's not an enclosed part of the house either. So, well, either was a porch, but I think before we were talking about the historical material, historic material.
Sure.
This is not, this is new, all new. So, yeah, good point though.
But it seems, it seems to me like it's kind of a secondary building element too. I think in that first one, that was an integral part of the structure, where this is more of a, this could be, you could build this to be not attached to the house and would just function as like a, pergola or something like that. In my opinion, I would see it as, I'm almost reading as that separate to the house in a sense, but I do see that it is attached.
So what does it fall under? What are you using, Katie? Is it a porch?
Yeah, I think you can consider it like a back porch. We don't really have guidelines that specifically talk about back porches. When it's attached to the house like this, we reference the guidelines for additions.
So we think of it as like you would a deck as opposed to an addition?
I think for something like this, you have to look to the guidance for both, because obviously it's not a true addition in the sense of, a bedroom and a bath and enclosed space with windows and doors. But it is more permanent than just a little pergola off the back patio.
Okay.
Back to Taylor's point, I think we would all probably feel more comfortable if it was painted. Was that a thought?
It's been discussed. Again, just with considering the location of it, we were anticipating that stain could be approved.
I guess my opinion is it reads to me more like a garden structure, almost like a element almost of the fence. It's less a building. It's less a addition to the building, I guess, and more of like a patio feature in a sense, even though part of it is attached. I guess personally, I don't have an issue with it being stained in this case. I just see a differentiation between this and like a previous case where it's like an integrated, critical structural piece of the house, I guess, if that makes sense.
I tend to agree with you there. Plus, it's on the backside. We did talk about visibility. Apparently this structure is relatively visible from the street. But again, I'm not necessarily opposed to it in this particular instance. If you were amenable to painting it, that's great. But again, I'm not opposed to it.
I've got one comment for the applicant. To make it look a little more freestanding, less attached to the house, which I think we're kind of struggling a little bit with. If I'm looking at page 10 of 25, if you put a post up against the house, so it looks like structurally could be a freestanding structure and not attached to the house, even though it would be. Klaus, what do you think about that?
It's funny you say that because I built my house in a historic district. It's been a few years, so you might not remember it, but you reviewed it. But I had a freestanding garage next to my house, and I have a deck in between the two and a short fence, which is all cedar. And then I have basically like a shade, like a climbing plant, kind of a pergola between the two. And the consideration there was that it wasn't attached to the house or the garage. It was a freestanding kind of yard structure, essentially. So I did exactly that. Initially, I'd planned on just attaching it to the house and the garage and just running it between the two. What we ended up doing is doing 4 posts on each side. So it was technically not attached to the house as a freestanding structure. And that was also partly a consideration which was unique to my condition, that I couldn't just like turn it into an enclosed, walk, like breezeway type thing, like a closed hallway essentially between the two. So it was a little bit of a way of keeping me honest on that, I guess. But it is cedar and it is stained. So it's the same material, same finish, but it is not attached to the house technically. This is unique because it is enclosed, you have a roof on it. And I don't think that you would want water, flowing between the back of the house and in between the strip. That'd probably cause more problems. And so in this case, I think, if that was something you're amendable to, maybe instead of having the beams tied to the house, you have an extra beam against the house that kind of makes it more like freestanding structure, but you still have the flashing between the back of the house or the back wall and the roof to where the water runs off. Maybe that would be an option, I guess. I mean, it's technicality. That's why I'm not that worried on this one. I feel like it reads as a, separate from the house in a sense. It's the way it's constructed, it's open, it's not enclosed. It's clearly not, it's not, an enclosed room. It's not an addition in that sense of the word. So I don't know if that, I'm not agree, Alan, if that's something that would make it technically, very clear cut and approvable. I think that might be an easy solution.
Well, architecturally, to me, if it had because right now it obviously bears on the house.
Right.
But it had 2 columns against the house that sort of complete the structure. I think it would, I don't know, maybe it's just an architectural thing, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with, it's not really a freestanding structure. It's, it's part of the house. So I'm trying to at least visually differentiate it completely from the house. But obviously the roof would have to tie into the wall.
Well, I kind of agree with you, Alan, on that. And if that's something that maybe you'd be open to, just adding the few columns to where, functionally and visually it's bearing on those columns. It is structurally separate from the house. I mean, you could still, make sure that the roof, provides a covering there. But
I don't think that's the important thing is what you've already mentioned is keeping the water, from between the 2 structures. And so, I mean, Thomas, Tanya, do you guys have any thoughts on basically 2 additional posts then?
I think it'd be fine.
Yeah.
I think it.
I think that would help a little bit.
I think it'd be, no problem there.
Staff is comfortable working with the applicant to acquire those drawings if the commission chooses to make a determination at this time that as the structure is not located on a character defining feature, you'd like to let staff work with them on that.
I'm comfortable with that.
Same here.
I am.
On the addition of the columns, Angela?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with that. It's pretty simple.
It's easy.
Do we have a motion, or do we have any other citizens that wish to be heard? I'll make sure we're checking in there. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve HPCA 200096 with the specific findings and conditions as noted in the staff report, and with the additional condition that the applicant work with staff to add some additional columns to make the cover structurally independent from the house.
And with the additional specific finding that the structure is not proposed on a character defining facade?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ann, did you second that?
I did.
Moved by Klaus Raymond Phillips, second by Ann Zacharias. All in favor, please vote in primary. Okay, this has been approved with conditions. Enjoy your outdoor space. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to item number 8, HPCA 20-0105 at 2517 North Hudson Avenue.
This is in Jefferson Park Historic District, Ward 2, consideration of possible action on application by Holly Hunt, Sam Gresham Architects for Brian and Teresa Smith to 1, construct house elective, 2, construct garage elective, 3, install driveways and sidewalks elective, and 4, install fencing elective. This is on a lot that's currently vacant, and is this is the first time for this item to be before the commission. It's proposed new construction project.
Excellent. Is the applicant present?
Yes, hi, Holly Hunt, 400 North 23rd Street.
Holly, I'm having a difficult time hearing you.
Well, I do want to say, well, I'm not muted. Do I just need to speak louder?
Yeah. Please.
So you can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh,
Kind of a bad connection.
well, the co-host has actually stopped my video. Is it any better now? Can you hear me okay? I guess I don't need video.
Can you call in? Is that an option for applicants to call in? Or?
Sure.
I was just wondering, I might make it easier to.
Yeah, there's a telephone number, call in.
Gotcha. On it now.
While we're waiting for Holly to call in, do we have any citizens or does the neighborhood association want to weigh in on this particular project?
Also, you have Brian and Teresa Smith on as well. Were they applicants?
Excellent. Anything that you guys want to talk to us about in regards to this particular project?
I don't know really what else I can say. We tried to design a house that fit within the historic guidelines of the neighborhood. The 3 houses directly that used to be duplexes directly to the south are all 2-story houses, which are exactly as the one we designed. The two of the 3 are as large or larger than our house that we designed. The design is very similar to the house next door, and also a brand new house that is catty corner across 25th on the corner, on the northeast corner, which just happens to be Klaus's house. So those are, that was our goal to meet the guidelines. The property directly across the street to the east is a 3-story apartment building. So those are just the things around the property. On the west side is another two-story multifamily or rental property of quadplex or eightplex. So it's a very diverse neighborhood. Obviously, you know that, but it has a lot of different designs in it. So
I think it looks pretty good. I have a couple questions or comments for you. Maybe more for Holly, but looking at the site plan, the building line, 25-foot building line, which everything lines up with, to the front of the occupied space, you've aligned the front of the porch with that. Usually it's the front of the occupied space. So the actual building is going to be setting back, looks like about 7 feet from the building line. So I think you could actually pull it out to the occupied space to the building line if you wanted to. Just a thought. And the other thing is the driveway that's got the curve in it, unless you wanted that, the radius on your approach can go over on the other person's, from the other person's property. You just have to get them to sign a letter that says it's okay. So then you wouldn't have to have that little curve, that little S-curve.
Okay, thank you very much.
You might ask Holly about that when she gets on. But I thought overall the project looks pretty good. I don't know about everybody else. Fits with the houses to the other side, and seems to blend. I know it's a two-story compared to the one-story to the right. What about looking down the street? Is there a view looking down the street as far as other houses? So those are all two-story?
Yes, those are south of the current property, and directly to the north is another two-story multifamily home as well.
So these are a lot of two-story.
So yes, they were all 2 stories, except for the one bungalow that's on the corner there.
Yeah. My first pass, I thought it looked pretty good.
Yeah, I'll just call. I full disclosure, I do live catty corner to that bungalow, and it is a very diverse and mixed neighborhood. I'll say actually what I really appreciate about this design, I think it fits the scale and kind of the general massing of the houses around. I mean, obviously you have the bungalow there, but it really is, you'll have a row of 2-story houses, and you'll have a bungalow, then you'll have another 2-story house. It's kind of just how Jefferson Park is, which, and I think what you guys have come up with is appropriate for the site. I also appreciate that you have a porch on it. I think it almost makes it kind of a nice transition between that bungalow and the other houses that don't have porches. Yeah. Actually, I totally second Alan's comment, because if you moved it up a little bit, then those porches line up. So you kind of have that nice transition from bungalow with a porch, then you've got your house with a porch, but it's 2-story, and then you got the 2-story houses that really don't have much of a porch, but they just kind of have little entries. So I think that, I think you guys did a pretty good job on how to approach, the development of the site.
So staff recommended a continuance of this. I know we haven't had Holly visit on the project yet, but there were, looked like there were some recommendations. Do we have any concerns or anything that need to be noted specifically on this particular project?
One
this
comment
is
I would have. Oh, go ahead.
I think that I would very much appreciate it if the commission pays particular attention to the street elevation, whether or not the massing of the house is consistent with those to either side based on the size and height of the porches. I could be wrong, most definitely, but I got the impression from this illustration that the porch itself is even taller than the one-story house beside it, and I wasn't certain that the massing and proportions in those circumstances was appropriate.
I see what you're saying. It looks like the eave of that is 9'9" maybe from the finished floor height. It's kind of turned sideways. I'm trying to look at it here, but that is pretty tall for a porch eave, I would say. Is there any, would be helpful, and I'm not sure if that exists here. I don't see it, some kind of comparison to the adjacent houses.
The street view page is the only one that we have so far, and that is page A3.0.
I think most of these houses have 9-foot ceilings, and that would be the same as the porch. So I don't see that being an issue personally, but.
Yeah. And, just in a vacuum, it feels pretty good proportionally, I would say. I mean, the
Yes.
porch on the house, so.
And then my other primary concern was wall-to-window ratios on the side.
Yeah, the north side is particularly a long stretch.
One other consideration is on the what is that? The west, kind of the back elevation on the second floor. I was a little confused by the floor plan and also the elevation. It looks like there's almost like full height kind of storage space maybe on the back half of the floor plan. And I wouldn't have any windows. I don't see any windows on the second story facing back. So that might.
Yep.
That's something that I might look at.
Yep.
Agreed. Does it become less of a concern since behind the house itself you're looking at a two-story possible commercial structure on the other side?
I still think a couple windows on the west would be a good idea. Obviously, they'll go into the attic space for right now, storage, I guess. And also the north elevation, maybe it's something into that closet space would help break up that one long expanse. Looks like it's about 25 foot of wall.
I believe so, yes.
I agree with that. Something in that master closet, maybe. It's nice to have a window in the closet.
Any other comments from commissioners, or do we need Holly? Oh, like Holly may be online now.
So
Holly, can we hear you?
Chairman, you may need to remind her to *6.
I'm not showing that she's muted currently.
Can you all hear me? I'm so sorry, but I'm on the phone, on the call, but it is not, I guess you guys aren't getting any of my voice, any audio from me.
We're hearing you now, but the connection is not great.
Okay, if I do the Zoom call and just don't do a video.
Holly, we can hear you now, but the connection is not great.
Okay, well, I guess I'll try again to call in. I mean, I've been hearing everything you all are saying.
That's better now.
I want to join the meeting. Trying.
Yeah, Holly, that's better now. It sounded clearer.
So I don't understand why it's not. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. Yeah, as far as I feel like the response has been exactly what we wanted to hear. We took a lot.
Well, I wonder if we can, since she's heard all the comments, if we can continue this and
And are in Crown Heights, so they're familiar with the process.
what?
Alan, I think that's the appropriate route to go. Is it seems like it's heading in the right direction. There's a couple notes that we wanted, and perhaps a motion to continue would be the most appropriate route.
Before we continue, I just want to make sure that the applicant can hear any other, that we're clear on some of these recommendations and items that staff still needs some clarification on, just so that they can provide those for the next meeting.
Certainly, we can do that.
Perfect.
And also, I have been able to hear you all the entire time. It's just for some reason you can't hear me, but I have understood the staff and commissioners' responses to the project. And again, I think what would be most advantageous, so considering the positive reaction here, I would like us to see if we can get this thing approved and work with staff to add a few windows and to, adjust any other little things that the commission's mentioned today. But it sounds like, this project is compatible, and if we can, we'd like to get started right away.
I don't have a problem with that. They're fairly minor. What do you think?
Unless the commission has addressed the massing for the front porch or are comfortable with the massing of the front porch, staff is not comfortable with that.
I mean,
the front.
Sounds like everyone has said that they are comfortable.
The front porch, yeah. The 9-foot height, I thought was.
Yeah. I'll say on my house, kind of catty corner, it has a similar, it's kind of a American Foursquare, kind of a similar, kind of boxy with a front porch. And on that, the front porch is, I believe, at 8 foot or even 7.6. I think it's 8 foot, but my ceiling heights are 9 foot internally. It is a little bit lower, and it did help match up. And I think fundamentally you guys are like 99% there. I think I would like to see maybe like a street elevation, with the adjacent house. I don't think it needs to match up perfect, but if it were like a whole, foot and a half difference between the porch height on this house and the adjacent bungalow, it might be worth looking at that. Just.
Well, although I understand, we're talking about, just 12 inches. And again, we've got very, very large multi-tenant buildings right across the street throughout this area. So this 9 foot, and as well, the entry porch to the south is at that height as well. In fact, it's much over 9 feet. It's likely at 10.6 or so. But I just want to understand, we can drive around the neighborhood and take a lot of pictures and prove that 9 foot is appropriate and compatible, but it's a shame to have to wait an entire 2 more months in order to, for that to happen. I think if we can show to the staff that this is a similar condition to several projects and properties in the district, I think that's just a shame to make us wait an entire. Just because everybody has this really positive reaction, I feel like you know, everyone understands the neighborhood well enough. And I mean, I can do a whole lot more drawings of adjacent properties throughout the neighborhood, but I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to determine that 9 feet is appropriate.
Well,
No,
the design of the porch is really different than the one on the house to the right, the more bungalow style with the, does it have exposed raft? Yeah, exposed rafter tails. And this is a brick, basically a brick first story. So they're completely different architecture. The pitch, roof pitch 412 on the porch is is probably appropriate for something closer to, you know, adjacent house. So I don't know. I think it could be lowered. I think it wouldn't hurt it, but I don't know. It's the thing is the bungalow is really kind of incongruous with the rest of the block. I think it's done a, you know, attempt.
Is that maybe a
attempt to blend with the bungalow, but you're never going to be able to, you know, completely tie into it, in my opinion.
I agree with that. I guess my only concern is, and it's tough to see it in this, but I've seen porches that have pretty high ceilings, and you kind of lose, I guess, that kind of sense of enclosure. It kind of makes you feel more exposed. And I've seen, to me, I think typically you see porches and the porch ceilings that are a little bit lower, like on the bungalow, than you might have kind of inside. So like, for example, if the first floor is a 9-foot ceiling height, just from, and this is, you know, I'm just kind of talking in general kind of design terms here. I think there's a nice effect that you get kind of the sequence of events entering into a house where, you know, you come off the sidewalk, you come under this enclosed porch area that kind of feels almost like a little bit like a vestibule. And then you step into the house and the ceiling's maybe a foot taller than the porch ceiling. And it kind of, there's kind of a subtle effect.
That's not the style of the houses, the 2-story houses. But, you know, I was looking at that picture that's on the screen right now, and the ceiling is really reset. It's almost coffered because the beams are dropped. You could do that, continue the ceiling, but drop the, there's some sort of, I'm sure there's some sort of edge. I don't know, Holly, is there some sort of edge band or beam? And is the ceiling recessed up, or is that 9-foot ceiling, is that it?
Yeah, I think currently it's just above that 9-foot plate, because the beams will be a little lower. The bottom of the beams would likely be at about 8'6". And
Well,
our joists
I'm
are
looking-
running at 9 feet.
I'm looking at your front east elevation, and on the left side, it says 9'1". It looks like the floor line to the bottom of the fascia or whatever that is. Is that the ceiling height, or is that,
Oh, yes.
is that the ceiling height, or is the ceiling height higher?
No, that's the ceiling height.
9'1" above the
Mhm.
floor line?
I mean, it looks like that 9'1" is the top of the column.
It
And then
does.
you have a beam above that.
Well, here, yeah, so the bottom of the beam would, as it's drawn, looks like, I'm sorry, it is at 9'1". But, you know, if it would be better for us to just bulk up that beam size so that the bottom of the porch from the front, from the street view, would appear at 8'6". You know what I'm saying? So basically just do a larger beam, lower the top of the column slightly, you know, another 6 inches or more if you'd like, and just do a larger beam across there, but still keep the roof at the same height it is currently shown. Is that something we could do to appease this? So that essentially from the front view, that porch looks a little lower than 9'1", one?
No, I see what you're saying. I mean, the more I look at this, the more actually I agree with Angela and the staff, I think, because it does like, it's kind of tough to tell because you've got the brick behind. And so it all kind of, graphically, it's tough to differentiate what's porch and what's like house facade. So it's kind of, it's kind of tough to tell where things are, but it does feel a bit tall. I definitely think that would help. I kind of think I see why it's at the level where it's at, because you've got that other kind of bump out in the front with a little bit of a roof, and then that eave kind of continues at that same level around the porch. So I wonder if maybe that led a little bit into why that eave is where it's at.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's at the top plate height. So the framing, that's a framing choice. And
actually, I think on my porch we had like I don't know, I think it was like a whatever by 12, member. It was pretty deep, and it kind of gave it kind of a nice solid feel to it, and it did lower that height a little bit. So I mean, I think I might be okay with that as a, 'cause I think it would visually lower.
So currently the beam is shown 8 inches high. If we go to 12-inch beams there, would that make the commission feel like this is something they could approve?
I mean, I hate to nitpick this to death, but the columns just feel kind of tall too. I don't know. Yeah.
Perhaps look at the side elevations to get a better understanding of this porch. Because it's not very deep, I think it does feel like part of the house. Again, us choosing to line the porch at the building line instead of the face of the structure at the building line was also to kind of not overtake that street facade too much.
I honestly, I think that side elevation almost makes me feel more, again, that it could be lowered a little bit. That's just my 2 cents though. I see what staff is seeing there and why they, why they were recommending that proportion be looked at.
This is Angela, Mr. Ryman Phillip. My fear with increasing the size of members of the porch without having the illustrations for you is that it's going to increase the visual mass, and I would not realize that prior to it happening. Holly is particularly good at dealing with delicate details. I'm not as good as visualizing them without having seen them first.
I know that you're trying to move forward with this project. There are a few windows that we talked about,
I think I'd like to see these changes in new drawings. Just talking about that beam, or it could be a fascia board, whatever. I'm looking at that photograph right there, and typically there does seem to be a heavier horizontal beam or fascia board than the little 8-inch one that's shown. So maybe that would be a good idea, but I think I'd like to see all these things reflected, apparently, especially if we're going to change the massing a little bit.
Yeah, I will say it's unheard of that we approve a new construction on the first go. So the fact that you're as close as you are, I think, speaks to, you guys did take careful consideration on this. And I think you did a great job overall. So.
Thank you. I think we would be amenable to a continuance to the September meeting if the commission feels like we need to get one more go at this.
So you'd be ready by next Tuesday?
That's correct.
Okay, we have a motion.
Yeah, I move that we continue item D8 to the September 2nd meeting. right?
Yes.
Do we have a
I'll
second?
second. I'll second.
Okay, moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Ian Zacharias. All in favor, please vote in the prime.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit second. My bad.
Oh,
I can,
moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Klaus Raymond Phillip. All in favor, please vote.
all right. Sorry about that. I just clicked. All right. Appreciate it, Jon.
Okay.
Okay, looked like the motion passed. We'll continue this to the September 2nd meeting. Moving on to item 9, HPCA 2000107 at 600 Northwest 17th Street.
This is located in Mesta Park Historic District, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application by Holly Hunt, Sam Gresham Architects for Pat Salome to 1, construct rear addition elective, 2, construct covered rear porch elective, and 3, construct section of porch between front and side porch, creating wraparound porch elective. The commission has seen essentially this proposal for this property previously and approved it with the addition and the porch. And the applicant has come back with a new proposal that modifies the previously approved addition and also modifies the design and the size of the previously approved porch and the wraparound porch. We do have it as a new application with a new CA number for record keeping kind of purposes and giving them a new, full span of a CA instead of eating into their window for completing the work. But it will be a very familiar project to the commission.
Okay. Is the applicant present? It looks like Holly, you're representing in this one as well.
Yes, that's correct. And I do apologize for the connectivity. Working from home can be difficult.
Well, talk to us about this one. What are we changing?
So basically, and it's funny, I noticed Mary Jo Meacham isn't on.
Holly, we're not hearing you at all right now.
Just a 750 square foot addition, and I think that also got Pat to thinking, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well, make the most of it. And, we're not doing that large of an addition. It just made a little bit more sense for her to make this an addition that works for her moving forward in her future, she and her husband. So a slightly larger addition, that will allow us just more opportunity upstairs to provide a larger bathroom, as well as a larger kitchen downstairs. So I feel, even though it's a larger project, in all respects, it's very similar to the previously approved submission. It's just a little bigger. And I understand the staff is concerned with the size of the rear porch. And so I've spoken with Pat, and we're both amenable to downsizing that porch if we need to. So that's certainly something I'd like to get you all seal on. But again, things brought up about distinguishing between the historic and the the historic and the new. I feel we've done that by creating a porch that's 1 story. The 2-story is away from the street views. It's kind of tucked in that southwest corner of the lot where it will be the least visible from any street view. And that was very intentional. Again, we're using the same gables and elements from the previously approved. So we felt like what we brought today was something that could hopefully meet the guidelines and she would be able to get forward with.
Okay. Do we have anybody from the neighborhood association or citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project? Questions, comments, concerns from commissioners?
Yeah, I've got a question about the size. Again, I guess I'm kind of confused about what we proposed before too. So if we consider this as one project, Katie, does the size of this addition fit within the guidelines?
Yes, I believe the size of the enclosed space of the addition is less than 750 square feet. Angela, chime in if I'm getting that wrong. And then let me see.
No, that's correct.
So the porch combined with the addition would be a total of 802 square feet. We have guidelines that tell us to consider things like porches and other attachments, permanent attachments to the structure, to evaluate them as an addition, as far as the design, the guidelines, that sort of thing. So probably a little bit of a gray area there, but the addition itself, the enclosed space, is less than 750 square feet.
Thank you.
Well, I will, to that end, Katie, and I understand as far as Mexican goes, but, you know, porches aren't considered when we calculate for how big your addition can be. So I think if we don't count porches, you know, in any other circumstance except in this one, I mean, you know, in this case, that seems a little contrary to what I've typically dealt with in projects.
I think, this is Angela. I think when we're considering a property that's on a prominent corner and when the proposal is fully visible from the street, that we have to very carefully consider the design details of that proposal. At 52 feet larger or 102 feet larger than what would have been allowed for an addition, I don't believe that to be extraordinarily problematic. The porch itself is extremely large though, and it does front into two locations. It is extremely decorative, but I have included in the packet, Polly, so you'll know, in case you didn't notice, both the proposed changes for this certificate and the previously approved changes, so you can discuss with the commission how those two are different. They have the ability to compare them.
Yes, this is a bit bigger than the previously approved. However, it's just to suit the same design features as the former, which is to fill in that corner with a single story element, a porch element that helps to create some kind of transition from the street view to the retaining wall to the yard and slowly up to the two-story addition. And the house, the house is two-story in the entire back wall. So in this way, we can, you know, not just take over and seem like this giant, tall addition. We've tried to make it as a single story and an open structure, a non-enclosed structure, that this would alleviate that feel that the massing is too large. That being said, I would be completely fine with us hitting the 750 number. And in doing that, that would be 510. That's the total of the 2-story addition. And then we can just scale in the porch to meet right at 750, which would be, I guess, less 52 feet. We can scale that porch down 52 feet and be within the 750. I think both myself and the homeowner are perfectly amenable to that.
If that were the case, Holly, how would that compare to the size of the front porch as it currently measures?
Yeah, let me jump in here. Just trying to flip back and forth between what we approved before and what this one is, and it's just kind of everything's kind of just gotten larger. There's what was a back stoop basically that we talked a lot about simplifying. So it was secondary to the front porch, now has steps on 2 sides, you know, and it's become a lot more, it's starting to look like a lodge or something. And to me, I'm not too crazy about the increased size of the new porch. And the addition is a lot more massive than the more vertical feeling of the previous edition, which I kind of like the portions of it. It just seems like it's kind of swollen now, I guess. So I don't know.
Well,
I'm not
I will say,
in favor of it.
okay, well, I will just mention, upon designing it, when we stretched that back addition out to the new size, I felt like that porch just almost had to get larger in order to suit that corner and again, create a buffer visually to the 2-story addition. Now, I understand your concerns, but I felt like once it got larger that I really needed a gable to repeat that same gable to the east. I thought that made a more attractive street view, if you will.
So once
but it's necessary for us to have the steps to the rear of the property because that's where her garage is located, and it just seemed that one needed to belong there as well. Now, I guess one thing I might suggest doing. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Alan.
I don't think I said anything. So by enlarging it, it seems like it started making other things change. So I guess my point is, it just seems like it seems like it's grown too large for me. What do other folks think?
I agree with you. This is Commissioner Schultz.
I mean, the big thing to me is this is very, very visible from the street. And I think that the biggest concern that we had the first time was that the front was starting to look like the back, and the back was starting to look like the front, and it was hard to tell where you were supposed to enter. And I felt like we got to a good place where it was pared down a little bit. But to Alan's point, I think I'm in agreement there that it kind of feels like we're getting back to what is the front and what is the back and all of that too. And so I guess I'm struggling with the size as well.
I am too.
I kind of haven't been commenting on this one as much because I think this is a hearing originally where I missed this item. So I kind of missed a lot of the discussion the first time around, but I appreciate Angela for including the previous approved documentation, the new one. And I have to go with my fellow commissioners, and I kind of feel the same. It feels like a pretty significant addition, and it is larger than what is typically specified or allowed. So this one I'm kind of leaning on my fellow commissioners, since I did miss that original discussion. But just looking at these drawings, I kind of second a lot of the comments I've heard from you guys.
But technically
Sorry, Alan.
I'm sorry, but technically it's within the 750 square feet, but that huge porch makes it appear a lot larger. And then the elevation on the south just appears a lot more massive. I'd like the proportions before the vertical addition, similar to the vertical element on the east. And now it's massive, in my opinion.
And I think that is a valid point. I think Taylor, you mentioned it. I think Alan, you mentioned it as well. But that was actually something that we addressed on my porch as well at one point, is the confusion between what is the front entry and, that if I'm looking at what is this, 3.3, that almost looks like a main entry or something on that porch. So I think it does feel pretty massive, and at least the porch doesn't feel very secondary to kind of the main entry, I would say. Just kind of general design wise.
Yeah, I agree, and I understand everyone's concerns. I would be happy to take another stab at this and get back a little closer to our previous porch size and configuration. We could probably lose the steps on the east, and I'll do my best design work to make sure that the proportions are correct for that back porch to just sit in the corner of the existing house and the new addition. Yes, our addition it's quite a bit less than the 750. In fact, it's 510 on 2 stories. So that's just 200 feet up and down. It's not a large addition, but I understand with the porch it does seem to draw a lot of attention. So again, I'm happy with the continuance here. I think I can come back and bring you guys something that's more suited for that street view.
Okay, September or October?
Yeah.
Holly? September, October. You already have one due next Tuesday, I think. Holly?
I'll take September, please.
I could have answered that one for you. No, well, and real quick, Holly, I do appreciate it.
I know. I'll take September. I'm here. I'll take September, please.
No, that sounds good. I will say, I think what you described as some of the changes, I think that would go a long way towards making me feel better about it. So.
Okay, I move we continue item D9 to the September 2nd meeting.
Thank you.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Ann Zacharitz. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, this motion is passed. We've continued it to the September 2nd meeting. Moving on to item, I think we're on
Thank you, everyone. I look forward to my work weekend.
Thanks, Holly. Okay, moving on to item 10, HPCA 20-00109 at 1626 Northwest 38th Street.
This is in the Putnam Heights Historic District, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application by Corey Bates, AIA, for Jacob Henderson to 1, replace windows elective, 2, replace siding elective, 3, replace two-story garage with new two-story structure and garage elective, 4, construct addition elective, 5, replace trellis with roof elective, and 6, modify fence elective. This is a somewhat later construction in Putnam Heights, later than most of the district, that is, that has evolved quite a bit over the years. The portion to the right on your screen with the window is a later addition. On the rear of the structure is a presumably original projection, and then a sunroom that's been enclosed and attached next to that, connecting to a garage structure that looks like historically it was 1 story, now it's 2, carport added in the front. It's just had an interesting history, and the proposal is to kind of reconfigure a lot of that evolution over time to a more cohesive design, you could say, as well as the work to the windows and to the siding. I think we have both the applicant and the property owner on the call, and they can answer any questions.
Excellent. Well, tell us a little bit about this project, applicant or contractor, and what are you guys wanting to do?
Okay, my name is Corey Bates. I'm an architect. I'm here on behalf of Jacob and Taylor Henderson to make renovations to their home. As Katie mentioned, this home has been modified quite a bit over its history. It was built in 1942, and we have the Sanborn maps from 1948, 1955 that support what Katie said as far as the western master bedroom not being original, and the garage itself originally being 1 story without the carport. Within the 1972 application for Putnam Heights, that master bedroom is there, and so is the carport, and the garage is 2 stories. So we don't know exactly when those were put on, but sometime between 1955 and 1972. It's also worth pointing out that within the 1972 Putnam Heights application, this specific house was one of 6 residences that was identified as an intrusion, stating that it cannot be considered contributing because of its age, being built in the 1940s. So this is one of the older houses in the area, and was one of those 6 specific houses noted in the application. The work that is proposed in the application addresses 2 main factors, and one is the deferred maintenance that's occurred on the house. So Jacob and Taylor bought the house in 2016, fully aware of the deferred maintenance that was at the house, specific to the windows and the siding, and they are interested in replacing that to bring the house back to a higher quality that it once saw before that maintenance was deferred. And then the second portion of the application deals with renovating the house to be more for present day needs, provide a parking garage that is closed and secure, where they can securely park their cars. Jacob and Taylor are very much engaged in Putnam Heights. I am a Putnam Heights resident myself, and they are very engaged. Taylor actually sits on the board. So the intention here in all aspects is to improve the quality of their home for the long term and invest in Putnam Heights as a neighborhood. So specific to the windows, there are numerous details at each of the windows that indicate them not being original. So there are varying member sizes. There are components that would not have been available when the house was originally built. There are details that reference the northeast region of the country that you commonly wouldn't see here. So we've determined that there's at least 5 different window types on the house. There's really no consistency with the existing windows. And then given the deferred maintenance, there's quite a bit of rot and deterioration of the windows. We engaged 2 wood window companies, Restore Wood Windows and Wood Window Rescue, both of which recommended replacing the windows over repairing them because of how far they have deteriorated. The new windows that are being proposed are double pane 6/6 simulated light. They match the existing windows in appearance to the dimension, all of the proportions and the appearance being the same. The double pane glass is being proposed for thermal efficiency, while the simulated light mullions the simulated lights, muttons, would allow for the new mutton width to match the existing mutton width. So it was very important for the mutton widths to match what there is today. And with the double pane glass, if we went with true divided lights, the thinnest mutton we could get was 1 1/8 inches. And we didn't want to do that because of how much it would deviate from the existing proportions. We wanted to get at that 5/8 of an inch that is currently there today. With regard to the siding, there is an extensive amount of rot and deferment of the siding. There was an application in 2012 to replace some of the siding, and what was replaced was hardy board or a similar type product. There are numerous locations where the wood siding was replaced with hardy board. And so the proposal is to remove the siding and replace the existing siding with new wood siding that would match in dimension, lap, profile, paint color, to remove all the wood that needs to be removed and then provide a consistent replacement and finish to the overall house. With regard to updating the south rear portion of the house, the proposal is to demolish the existing 2-story structure and the carport that is attached to it, to demolish a flat roof that was added at some point between the garage and the house. And that roof currently has leaking issues. It's not sloped well at all, and it's creating more problems than anything else. To remove those items, to build a new 2-story structure that follows the footprint of the existing 2-story structure. The height of that structure actually is proposed to be less than the existing one. We wanted to make sure that the peak of the new 2-story structure did not rise taller than the peak in the middle of the original residence. So very, very conscious of that. And then in front of the 2-story structure, proposing a new 2-car garage that would be sized more appropriately than the area of the current carport to modern car standards, and then allow the owners to park their cars in a secure location off of Georgia. As I mentioned, the owners are very much invested in the neighborhood and very much want to get this house back into a quality that it once had, and then renovate it in a way that meets their current needs. So I'm available to answer any questions or participate in discussion.
Perfect, thank you. That was a very thorough explanation. Appreciate that. And Angela or Katie, do you all have any? It looks like some of this is pretty straightforward and recommended approval on a couple of items, but continuance on others. Is there anything in particular that stands out to you guys that we need to make sure we discuss today?
This is Katie. Of course, we always look very carefully at those, and we, don't typically support proposals to install a simulated divided light window in a historic structure. These windows, the existing windows, do have very delicate muntins, and I think we've had this discussion numerous times over the years when we've looked at windows that are a 6/6 or a smaller window pane with thinner, delicate muntins, and that when you go to a true divided light thermal pane product, those muntins get out of proportion and it changes the look of the window. So that's one thing the commission will want to consider. I think the other main thing is just looking at the proposed garage and addition, that it comes closer to Georgia. So that's going to be a change in that appearance from that street view, both from Georgia and looking south from the cross street, because you'll see it project beyond the side of the house just slightly, but it's a change. And then the change to the roof form from what's there now, where you have a portion that's a flat roof and a hip and a gable on the carport, to more of a solid gable roof, and just the change that affects in the appearance of the structure from the street.
Thank you, Katie. Those were actually two items that I skipped over in my my presentation. And if I could, the new garage is extended further west than the existing garage. It is within the line, the general setback along Georgia. So the fence line that encloses their backyard along Georgia really sets that visual setback along Georgia. And so the position of the garage is intentional with respect to that visual setback. And then with regard to the roof lines, the existing two-story structure has a hip roof. The existing carport has a gable roof. And we are proposing that the new two-story structure have a gable roof and the garage have a gable roof. And really for two reasons. One, to somewhat reference the existing carport and the gable roof that is there today. But then two, to very distinctly identify the new construction from the old, using the roof line as a way of doing that. So you can clearly see the original residence with the hip roofs, and then the garage and the two-story structure with the gable roofs.
This is Katie. I guess the one other thing I'll call out, because it's been a hot topic this afternoon, is that there is an element of stained cedar on the rear addition. It is in the back, set towards the interior part of the lot, but those supports on the covered patio are proposed to be stained and not painted. That's the only other thing.
There is an existing stained trellis that is in the back that is being proposed to be demoed as well. And then the south portion of the house be extended further house with the roof line extending out to create a covered condition. So the proposal being a more unified solution of something that is integral to the residence rather than a freestanding trellis.
Okay. Do we have anybody from the neighborhood association or other citizens that wish to be heard?
I will.
Go ahead, Corey.
I'll also point out that Taylor and Jacob have reached out to all the neighbors within the radius that received the notice of application. They've received one response, which was positive.
Perfect. Questions from commissioners?
Well, yeah, just looking at this, I think overall, very positive, and I think it's gonna, it's nice to see an old structure get some love and get some nice updates. Really, the one major concern I have that kind of sticks out, figuratively and literally, is the garage that you're proposing. That carport was certainly not historical, and it the garage you're proposing actually extends farther out than even the carport. And I just, especially if you look at perspective, I guess perspective 1 on sheet, trying to see what sheet this is or what page this is. It just becomes such a significant feature that historically, you know, pretty consistently in these neighborhoods, you might have a garage facing a side street, kind of like you're seeing here. But it really extends past the face of the house. And I struggle with that a little bit, because I think that it just dominates that facade so much. You know, I think I'd be more comfortable with it being maybe even with that adjacent kind of wing of the house. But it does feel like a very kind of significant addition. That is just a garage face. So even though I understand that it might fit within the the property site, kind of from a setback standpoint, I think from a historical kind of preservation perspective, it's a little bit of a significant add, that I'm not sure really works in this way.
I agree with that. It just seems it's protruding a lot further, closer to the property line. I just have to say that, and in a couple of years, be back because there's not room to park any cars in that driveway.
Circle Drive.
No, it really does get pretty close to the street. There really isn't much space there, and just visually, it is very prominent now.
So a couple of things to address, if I could. Yes, it certainly does project further out past the existing house. It being on the side yard, not being on the primary facade, is certainly ideal. But it does project past. It is again relative to that existing fence line. That's already there, setting the visual setback along Georgia. To the comment about setting it flush with the existing west wing of the residence, that is where the front face of the carport is now. And if we were to start the garage there and go east and build the garage to meet more current dimensions, we would actually be building into the two-story structure. And our intent was to use the footings and the stem wall for the existing structure. So there's some construction logistics to even making that happen, and pulling the garage out allows for it to be built how it needs to be built.
I understand those logistical issues, but those aren't insurmountable, even if it is a little bit inconvenient to maybe do some new footings or to do what you need to do there. But to me, that is not a justification to have the garage project that far past the house, in my opinion. But I'll let some other commissioners chip in and let me know how you think. But to me, that is just such a dominant element on that facade. And it's also, it's a really kind of a neat, I'm looking at just kind of a Google Maps view here, but it's the house sits on a really unique corner. You've got that kind of angled street coming down. You've got the nice Putnam Heights sign there. And, I think it'd just be a shame visually on that corner where you've got kind of it's a great kind of visual, kind of sits on island almost, it's kind of sits on island there. It's kind of a nice location. I would hate for one of your main views looking at the house down Georgia to be, the front of a garage essentially, or at least if it was flush with the house. But in my opinion, it's too dominant an element on that facade, just both massing and just a big blank garage face, if that makes sense. I mean, even if you know, square footage wise or building program, if there's a way to, you know, redesign the interior configuration to where the garage does sit closer to either where the existing carport is or, you know, where the old garage was, and building out, you know, kind of into the back, if that makes sense, the backyard or something. So you could get the same kind of, you know, living space that you're looking for, but the garage wouldn't be as dominant a feature. You know, maybe that's an option you could explore.
I'm curious with the garage you're proposing, how much further out does that stick from the current carport?
11 feet.
I want to make sure it goes 11 feet further.
Yes. Sheet
So
11.
So what does that actually leave you? It's a very odd configured driveway, but can you get a car on that driveway still at that?
Yes, because of how the George is angled, the property line angles out as you go north. The north side of the driveway is just under 15 feet.
So you can get a car parked on the north side, but on the south side, it would hang out in the street, correct?
Yeah, and because of, you know, we don't want to extend the curb cuts that are existing on Georgia. That's why getting into the south side of the garage is, you know, will take some maneuvering. But because of that, you wouldn't park two cars on there outside of the garage.
Well, I bring up my same point that the closeness to the property line doesn't allow you to park two cars or even one car on your property. It would come out virtually an 18-foot space would come out virtually to the street, which is what we talked about earlier. But so I really think the garage ought to be pulled in some, maybe not as far as where the carport was. Maybe there's something in between that makes it work better for your plan, because it would squish it, but maybe it could. I don't know. I don't want to redesign it for you, but I do think it'd be better if it didn't protrude quite as far.
Well, I think it's worth, if we could, maybe discussing that is, you know, right now it's 11 feet and, you know, is there a middle ground somewhere that would feel good?
Yeah, matter of fact, I'd rather it not align exactly with the existing house. So maybe in between. It kind of depends on how it lays out. What do you think, Klaus?
You know, I'm just looking at the Google. I'm on mute. Okay, good. Sorry. I'm looking at the Google Street View again, and I guess what is really nice about the original house, even with the carport. I mean, even the carport, if you're looking at the house from the corner of Georgia and what is that, 38, I think, it's not massive. You know, the carport is open, it has a small columns, and I'm not necessarily advocating for our carports, but what you end up with is you just don't have the garages kind of in your face, kind of facing that corner. And I guess that's also kind of, it's difficult in this particular case, the way the house is angled. You know, the garage face is almost angled to the intersection, which just makes it difficult. So I guess to me, the existing garage was set back actually from the building face by, let me see if I can find this drawing here. Sorry. I mean, maybe another 11 feet. If I'm looking at your sheet on, what she says, well, it's a floor plan. We have the dash line of existing carport, I guess is what that is. You know, you've got 11 feet out past the original house, and then it looks like maybe roughly, I don't know, 8 to 10, something like that feet maybe is where the original garage would have been. You know, what was nice about that is you didn't have the garage kind of right in your face from that corner. And I guess that's why, you know, I'm not trying to redesign it for you, and maybe the compromise is to pull it back even with the house, but what was originally nice is that you didn't have the garage interface, and I think it is just too massive, and I don't know if there's a way to you know, with the other parts of the addition, I think you have room to maybe expand differently into the back, maybe to make up some of that difference. But I just have a hard time supporting the garage really being past that. Like if it was up to me in an ideal world, I would say maybe a couple feet behind that facade. That way it is kind of secondary to the house, if that makes sense, the garage face. So, you know, the face that we're looking at right now with the window and the, you know, the shutters, you know, that would almost read as more present than the garage would if you're looking at it from the corner. So it's almost like a compromise between the carport, which is not original, you know, if you got rid of the carport, but you could move the original garage face up, but it'd still be secondary to the house, if that makes sense. I don't know if what my other commissioners feel about that, but that way the garage would still be secondary to the house, but you'd still capture some of that area that was under the carport that they added at some point.
Corey, do you mind if I jump in to make 2 points?
Sure.
First, I want to make sure that we're all talking about the same number when we're talking about the space between the proposed new garage and the street. So it's 14 feet to the property line, correct, Corey? And then an additional 10 feet to the street. So it's actually 24 feet. Is that correct, Corey?
It is, but you need to park within the property line.
Right, but I just want to make sure that everyone understands we're not talking about from the curb to the garage with the numbers that you're saying. There's actually an additional 10 feet. And then my second point would be about perspective. And right now you're looking at the carport with one car in it, and it's a very small car, and we have a second very small car. And in that space, we can't even get in and out of the cars at the same time, or even get into the car on the right-hand side. So when you talk about moving the garage in or extending it elsewhere, which there's really no more room to go, it's really not even possible. And so I don't want you to think that merely enclosing the space that you see right now is a possibility, because it's not.
Right. Those are fair points, but I also don't think, you know, I don't think making the garage a dominant feature on that facade, you know, would be complementary to the house, if that makes sense, or even consistent with kind of typical historic construction would be kind of my comments on that. Is there an existing floor plan? I'm trying to find if there's an existing floor plan, or is it just the proposed floor plan? Here you go, existing floor plan.
Agreed.
Yeah, because we don't have any issues making the garage large enough to accommodate modern vehicles. I mean, we do that all the time. I just think within the plan, there's nothing that I see that couldn't be reconfigured to allow for the garage to be, you know, a couple feet past that front facade, still be big enough, you know, since you're remodeling the house, you know, big enough to where you could fit any cars that you would want. And there's other space in the back that you could, you know, build as an addition to capture whatever extra square footage you would have otherwise added. So I guess I'm just kind of stuck on, yeah.
Well, just to add, they do have a swimming pool in the back, so there are some site constraints in play that you know, we wouldn't want to build too far south to where we're getting close to the pool. And so that was really preserving that space and not, you know, getting too close to the pool is really what drove extending it west and keeping the orientation. So right now the orientation of the existing structure is very much east-west. And so the proposal maintains that versus introducing a north-south mass that might, you know, change the look from the south as well.
No, I get that. I guess just personally, I just can't, I can't support the garage in its current configuration. I guess I'll put it that way. And my concerns are just the garage becoming more of a dominant feature on that facade than the house itself. So those are, I guess, kind of big picture. Those are my comments. And like like we've kind of mentioned, that's kind of the feedback I could probably give. I'm not, I don't know what you guys are really looking for, what you guys need in the design, and that's something you can definitely, do as an architect. I guess those are just my main concerns, I guess. So however you guys find a way to address that, and maybe I'm the only one with those concerns. I'd love to hear from some other commissioners, but those are that's kind of the main thing that jumps out of me. And I will say, I know that I'm kind of stuck on this garage issue, but I will say, as a whole, I think it's great, and I appreciate you guys putting a lot of work in this house. And I think, I think it'll be a great project. And we're just trying to make sure that it, from a historical perspective, and from our, just make sure it's the best project it could be, and that it is compatible with the neighborhood as much as possible.
Yeah, I agree, and feel the same way. And I just think the west elevation needs to be studied some more, and the northwest view massing. So I'd like to take another look at how that might work.
I think I'm with both Alan and Klaus on that one too. Looking at just the bird's eye view. What is this? What page is that? 36 of 67. It does look like there would be some space to maybe come back. Not necessarily encroach on the pool area, but looks like plenty of room to go a little bit wider there, so that you can fit the cars in. But what my big fear is, just like Klaus is saying, I don't want it to look like you're parking an RV in there, and that's kind of I think that it could tend to move in that direction with it being pulled closer to the street like that. Any comments, questions from other commissioners or from the applicant? And if not, do we have a motion?
I guess I'd like to add that per the staff report and their recommendations, they've recommended approval for items 1 and 2, and a potential continuance for item 3. So if it's depending on how this plays out, if breaking it up into items is an option as well, we would support that.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I didn't see any issues with some of the other items. So personally, I'm okay with that. I guess as far as different items, so item 3 is replace a 2-story garage and 2-story structure garage. I guess item 4 is construct addition. Would those be kind of related? Maybe we would have to continue both item 3 and 4.
Yes, I think those tie into each other. Honestly, they could have probably been listed as one item in the application, because I don't think you're going to do one. You're not going to build one without the other one being approved as well. We just kind of itemized them by how they were described.
Item 5 also, right? 3, 4, and 5.
I was thinking 5 might be able to be approved.
I think, well, 5 is really replacing that trellis piece with the covered patio that is really part of the addition on the rear.
Right.
I think that would be dependent upon any other, changes that might be made to the design.
Okay. So do we want to make a motions for approval on item 1 and 2 and continuing 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I can make a motion to approve HPCA 20-00109, items 2 or items 1 and 2, with the specific findings and condition. Hold on a second. Did we, I'm just looking at condition 1 here on item 2. Do you still need that additional information, Katie or Angela?
We didn't talk about that in the meeting, and that's kind of a standard comment that we'll include with siding, because often we know that, especially if it's the original wood siding, it may be in really bad condition on 1 or 2 sides of the house, but in salvageable condition on other portions of the house. So I think the commission and applicant may want to speak to that briefly and decide if you need that included or not.
Okay.
I know that the house had metal or vinyl siding removed, so I don't know what the condition of the siding was underneath when that work was done, and what, if anything, was done to make repairs at that time. That was roughly 10 years ago.
And I'll speak to that. The intent is to reuse the existing siding that is in good condition. That will not be fully known until we get into it. There's a couple layers of paint on the siding right now, and there are locations where you can poke through. So we won't know the full extent of what's salvageable until we get behind it, really. But the intent is to reuse as much of the good wood as possible. Certainly to, yeah.
So let's see.
I think that kind of meets those conditions, and I think it can be somewhat informal if the property owner and applicant can kind of report back to staff on the status of the siding and how much is being replaced as you move forward with that work.
Perfect, and I'll leave that condition in there, and you guys can continue conversation on that. And of course, our comments were documented as well. So, okay, so approves items 1 and 2 with the specific findings and conditions as listed in the staff report, and with unique circumstances listed in the staff report.
I'll second.
Moved by Klaus Ryman Phillip, second by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Those items have passed. Now do we vote on the continuance for the third, or for the other items?
I would make a motion to continue. Oh, did we decide on a date? I'm sorry.
The September meeting will work.
September 2nd. Okay. So I'll make a motion to continue items 3, 4, and 5 to the September 2nd Historic Preservation Commission meeting date.
I'll second that as well.
Moved by Klaus Ryman Phillip, second by John Milner. All in favor, please vote. Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate your.
Did that include item 6? Sorry, the fence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see item 6. Yes. The specific fund. I guess a fence would maybe intersect with the garage with that area. So I guess we probably need to include that. I apologize. Looks like the staff report, unless I'm reading wrong, looks like it kind of cuts off or something at 6.
Yeah, that's why I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
How do we amend that?
You just have the movers, this is Rita, have the movants rescind their motions and then remake them. You hadn't quite had the vote on it yet. So the movant clause could say, I meant to say items this, this, and this, and then the the person that made the second, Milner, could say yes, and I still agree to that second in light of the amendment to the motion.
All right, perfect. So yeah, I will rescind that motion, and I would like to make a motion to continue HPCA 20-000-00109 to the September 2nd items. I'm sorry, man, it's been a long day. Items 3, 4, 5, and 6 to the September 2nd HP hearing date.
And I will continue to second that motion, including the amendment, item 6.
Moved by Klaus Schreiber Phillips, second by John Milner. All in favor, please vote on the continuance.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So the second motion has been passed and continued for the September 2nd meeting. Okay, last item on our cases for individual consideration, HPCA 20-00110, 3608 North Harvey Parkway.
This is located in the Edgemere Park Historic District, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application by Joni Greggs, Defense Company, for Rita Benishek to 1, install bollards elective. I don't know that we still have that applicant on the call. But this is, oh, maybe we do. This is work that has already occurred. We have to review it as if it had not occurred. These are metal bollards or posts along the property line of the property adjacent to a neighbor's driveway, so that you can get oriented looking at that picture. The driveway on the left side of your screen is the neighbor's property, and then the house is the subject, the applicant's property. The bollards as installed aren't something that we would typically administratively approve. We just don't have guidelines addressing a feature like that. We could feasibly administratively approve fencing in approximately this location if it met the setbacks and heights and material requirements, but that's why it's before the commission.
Is the applicant present?
The applicant's representative is present.
Excellent. Talk to us about the bollards.
Okay. So I'm Sandra Harrison, and I'm representing the applicant, Rita Benishek. I'm also the neighbor immediately to the south and submitted a written letter of support to this or any modifications that you might have. The installation of the bollards was done when the applicant thought they had CA approval when Superior Fence applied for the fence CA. So if you look at the staff report, this is the 3rd CA for this house. Code enforcement was notified and a citation was issued in early July 2020. After research by the fence company and the applicant, a new application for CA was submitted. The whole purpose of installing the bollards was for the security and safety of the home and the applicant. If you look at the application, I believe it's page 8 of the application. So Katie, I don't know if you can show that on the screen or not, but if you look at page 8, the reason this was done is because that before that, the stockade fence that you're looking at was there and the bollards, vehicles were parked over the property line. The property line is exactly where those bollards are. So this was an attempt to, both with the stockade fence that was installed and with the bollards, to not have vehicles from the neighbor to the north park across the property line into that flower bed area. So the applicant had moved into the home August of 2019 after a year of extensive renovation. We won't go into that. And all exterior modifications up to this point have been with CAs and have been approved by this commission. The owner had supplied 2 separate surveys of the property to Sam Gresham, which was the exterior property modification, and to Superior Fence. If the commission is not agreeable to the application as submitted, we would propose any of the following changes to the CA application, which I realize could probably result in a continuance to next month. So painting the bollards and having them stay in place, painting the bollards and removing several of them so that no more than they're more than 6 feet from the corner, as suggested in or the staff report, you know, gives the guidelines, or removing several of the bollards and placing them and replacing them with a landscape element that would be 12 to 18 inches high, brick or stone that would serve as like a flower bed, so it would be more acceptable from the front. It was our understanding in talking to staff that a landscape element could actually be achieved through administrative approval, assuming that's what you would decide today. So any combination of the above, or I think we're just really at this point trying to get to the main purpose, which is to protect the property. And I'm sorry that this did not go through CA approval in the first place. It was truly a misunderstanding by the applicant and the fence company, I believe. So with that, I'll open it up to questions from the commission.
Yeah, I've got a question. The fence shown in this picture up right now, that's new, that the applicant built, is that correct? On the right?
Yes, that was the CA. If you look at item 5 on the staff report, that was the CA that was issued, it looks like on March 13th of 2020. Yes, that was not there.
So
The house,
that could easily be extended to, what's the rule, Katie? 60%? Or what's the setback?
If it's a solid fence like that, then it has to be set back 40% of the length of the side of the house. If it's a transparent fence, then it has to be set back like a wrought iron fence or a chain link. Then it has to be back 6 feet from the front wall of the house. And fences also have to be behind any adjacent front porches.
Yeah, so you could extend that same fence. You could have when you built it. Looking at the other way, 60% from the back, which would probably be right past the shorter windows, which that would protect quite a bit of that side yard.
Yeah.
It'd also be side proof, so people wouldn't be looking in the windows.
Yeah, that's true.
I know how neighbors are sometimes. We won't get into that.
Not any neighbors in Edgemere.
No, but the bollards are, you know, not, I guess they're not mentioned in the guidelines, and they're really unsightly. So
yeah, I don't disagree with you, Alan.
If it was me, I would extend the fence as far forward as possible, and then I would landscape heavily the remaining area so it couldn't be, you know, just so nice, you know, some nice vertical something that there'd be a little landscaping element on that corner.
Yeah. The applicant, and I'm completely speak on her behalf, the applicant would find that to be an acceptable solution. And I know that I'm the only thing keeping you from adjournment, or maybe there might be one other item, and I respect that. I've hung on there with you all this entire time since 2. So yes, Alan, we would be agreeable to your suggestion.
Staff can help the applicant with a certificate that meets any and all administratively approvable criteria over the next few days.
And the fence, you could do that, right?
Yes, we could do a wood fence up to 40% back from the front wall of the house. We could do a chain link fence that is at least 6 feet back from the front corner of the house. Or we could do a landscape bed that is up to 18 inches tall, or a combination of any of those.
Well, then I misunderstood. What was the zoning? Why did this fence not get finished to start with?
It's not a fence. It is bollards.
Oh, it was never meant to be a fence?
Yeah, that's a finished product right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, I would say, I think any of the options discussed, you know, make a lot of sense. I think personally, just, you know, like a, you know, if you put a landscape bed in there with like some kind of a curb or something that kept you from driving over it, could be nice. But no, but I think Alan's proposal, you know, extend the fence forward, that would probably solve your problem as well. It sounds like staff can pretty much administratively approve any kind of solution that you've kind of mentioned.
This is Katie. Yeah, I would say we could continue this item to perhaps to the October meeting. And between now and that October meeting, we can either administratively approve a revision to this item or add an item to their application to more accurately represent the change that they want to do and withdraw the bollards, basically. But I think that'll give them the most wiggle room and the most time to come up with a solution that we can administratively approve.
I think that's an excellent idea. Do we have a motion?
May I say something?
But I think you may need to ask if there's anyone else from the neighborhood who, I mean, not to tell you what to do, but I've been listening to you all afternoon. I think don't you need to ask if anyone else needs to weigh in?
Sure. Do we have any other citizens that wish to be heard?
We do. Do you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. I'm the homeowner on the north side of the building of the house. And first of all, I want to say that the homeowner did a great job on the remodel. However, the post and whatever they're going to do has, as you can see, my driveway is very, very narrow. And so when I go in and park, if it's so low, people open their car door and damage their car. Okay. And so I admit, and I talked to the homeowner about this. I had my son living with me for a few months while he was building a house. And yes, we did get on her property a couple of times. I apologize for that. But anyway, that was the reason I guess she did it. However, I will say if whatever she does, I'm not opposed to landscaping. I asked if I could landscape it for that matter. But anything that comes up over 12 inches, anybody that opens the doors are going to bang into it. And so they've been banging into those posts, me and guests that I bring over to me. So I would like for that to be considered whenever they do something. I'm not opposed to something going on, and I'd even be willing to be a part of doing the landscaping to where nobody will drive on her ground. You know, at this point, nobody has since my son has moved out. He is gone, and that won't happen anymore. So that's where I'm at right now. I would like the consideration on my behalf to not put anything over 12 inches so car doors won't bang into it. You know, a curb would be fine, or like I said, landscaping. I would participate in financially if that would be something that Sandra would consider. And so I just wanted to give my 2 cents, and that's it.
Excellent.
I think that'd be a question of you and the applicant working out what would go there. Apparently there's several options.
Alan, we're happy to work with staff on a landscaping element that would meet Mr. Bray's considerations.
Thank you, Sandra.
Perfect. Any other questions, comments, concerns with this particular item?
So we're going to propose continuing it until October. Is that what Katie suggested?
That's right.
Okay, so I move that we continue item D11 to the October 7th meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Alan Brown, second by Ann Zacharias. All in favor, please vote with PrimeGov. Okay, that has been passed and continued to the October 7th meeting.
All right.
Okay, moving on to item 7, other business. This was, I believe, what we moved, and I can't remember now what it was that we moved, but Katie, what have we moved under to other business?
Yep. We moved item 8E1 up to item 7 under other business. It is BOA 14756 at 322 Northwest 27th. It's a request for a recommendation to the Board of Adjustment on a variance. This is a project to construct a garage that the commission has already approved. And the commission has also approved a lot split, but they are required to get a variance for the lot split due to the minimum lot size in their district and standards for accessory structures required that have to do with the roof of the structure. It's proposed as a flat roof garage, or approved as a flat roof garage, and the UCD doesn't support that. So this is all within what was already approved by the HP Commission. They just need the variance to go to Board of Adjustment. And I was going to clarify that this is one of the areas in the city that has an HL overlay with base zoning. So there are development standards within that base zoning that look at things like lot sizes and setbacks that we don't typically see in our neighborhoods that are HP, that are uniformly single-family residential.
So are we just making?
We need a motion and a second to recommend approval of the variance to Board of Adjustment if the commission supports that.
I move we recommend the variance to the Board of Adjustment for item E1.
I'll second.
Moved by Alan Brown, seconded by Klaus Ryman Phillips. Please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, that is passed. We will recommend approval on the variance. Let's see, what other items do we have left? Let's
Communications and reports. We have a number of administrative approvals. There is one on here that we wanted to clarify was reported out on the agenda as an administrative approval, but that in fact has not been administratively approved. Notice was not given and it has not been issued by staff. We are working with the applicant, working with the neighborhood on some potential revisions to the proposed work. This is 20-111 at 716 Northwest 41st Street, which is to install a small cell. So that was reported on the agenda, but has not actually been administratively approved. We have one very brave and determined citizen to be heard, I think, who wanted to address that with the commission. We have, I think, no other items of particular note to report on that piece of the agenda. Nothing from Planning Commission, nothing from City Council, nothing from the Ad Hoc Committee to identify landmarks.
Rita, anything from the
yes, Rita has nothing to report.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
All right, our next meeting date, and then we'll hear from other citizens, but next regularly scheduled meeting date for the HP Commission, Wednesday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. Let's see, we will have that via video conference. New applications will need to be received by August 4th. New information on projects continued from today's meeting for the upcoming meeting must be submitted to staff by 4 o'clock on Tuesday, August 11th. Our next regularly scheduled workshop for the HP Commission is Wednesday, September 9th from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. And that will take us to items from commissioners. Any commissioners have anything they want to relay?
I have a question about our workshop. Are we really going to have in person?
You know, I think we may try to do a workshop in Zoom just so that we get at least one in for the year. And we've had several topics brought up in past meetings that I think would be worthy of a workshop discussion. One is the code update and implementation of Preserve OKC that was just recently adopted. The small cells is something that has come up as perhaps a topic of discussion at a workshop. So I think there's several things that commission members have mentioned over the last few meetings that we could spend some time on. We probably won't feed you via Zoom. I'm sorry, but I think we can check with everybody.
DoorDash, you could send DoorDash.
Yeah, you could
Well, I could just place an Uber Eats order for every one of you.
A virtual happy hour meeting instead.
Yeah.
Send that.
Okay.
That's all for me.
Excellent.
I had another item, just want to ask Katie. Do we still have vacancies?
We do still have a couple of vacancies. Those have been submitted to the mayor's office. I know they have staff that are specifically tasked with identifying qualified applicants and filling those vacancies as they come up. But that's all I know at this point. I haven't heard anything else about any new appointments.
Well, you realize I'm a lame duck, right?
Yes.
How many openings
See you
are
around.
there, I suppose?
I'm in no hurry, but you know.
We have 2 truly open spots at this point, and then Alan is actually expired. So technically 3 openings.
Yeah.
Anyhow, no hurry though. I just wondered.
You kind of sound like you're in a hurry.
Well, we're lucky. We got some new people, and John and
John.
Well, just me.
John.
John and John.
All right, let's hear from the citizens and then we will adjourn.
Brian Davis, Crown Heights, Edgemere Heights Neighborhood Association. Thank you for your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen. There's a joke we used to tell in the press room at City Hall in Chicago that government and sausage were very much alike and that nobody should ever see how either gets made. We decided to make a statement about this anyway because it's an issue we think is approaching critical mass, and that's the deployment of so-called small cell wireless towers in our historic districts. We think there's an urgent need for the creation of a coordinated effort to manage the deployment of these facilities. Our association is currently in discussion with Verizon Wireless about its plan to install 5 small cell towers in Crown Heights. Verizon has applied for a CA for at least one of those locations. That's the one that was taken off here a minute ago. And that presents problems, and I'll explain that in a moment. But Verizon reached out to us around the time it applied to build this particular tower. Their representatives have explained the reasoning behind the selection of the location. They are working with us to explore other options, and we're grateful for that. But we have a real problem here. State law basically requires the city to say yes to these installations. And according to that law, if you've said yes to Verizon, you can't say no to AT&T or to Sprint or T-Mobile or US Cellular. These companies say they cannot combine installations because of proprietary technological issues. So if you do the math in an area of approximately 30 square blocks, which Crown Heights is, you're looking at what, 15, 20 of these towers, maybe more. We're talking about structures that are at least 30 feet tall, plus 3 feet in diameter at their base, and somewhere close to that at the top. We fear proliferation that would cause irreparable harm to our community and others. The situation in Crown Heights is complicated. The original G.A. Nichols plat, which, as I said earlier, serves as the foundation for our standing as an historic district, contains this as its very first covenant. The streets running east and west shall never be used for any telephone, telegraph, or electric poles or any other such purpose. If you obey that covenant, we are left primarily with 3 north-south thoroughfares and stubs of a couple of other streets. From a technological standpoint, that won't serve the wireless companies, and from an aesthetic standpoint, it would be a disaster for us. Crown Heights and the city of Oklahoma City have for decades invested substantial resources to create beautiful, award-winning parks and boulevards in this neighborhood. This particular tower, which is actually along Chartel between 40th and 41st Streets, is located right in the middle of a memorial marathon landmark known as Gorilla Hill. Our community turns out in force, as many of you probably know, to support the racers there, but it goes beyond throwing the party. There's a fellow named Steve Cole, whose house is right up against where this small cell tower would go. He arranges every year for the big blow-up gorilla in the arch under which the runners pass. Steve and his crew also use Gorilla Hill to raise tens of thousands of dollars for the memorial every year. That deserves consideration in this matter. I'd also like to call to your attention a ruling last year by the U.S. Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. in a lawsuit brought against the Federal Communications Commission. Plaintiffs in this case argued the FCC had improperly eliminated requirements for environmental impact reviews of small cell installations on tribal lands and in historic districts, and the appellate court agreed. In the court's words, the commission did not adequately address the harms of deregulation or justify its portrayal of these harms as negligible. The scale of the deployment the FCC seeks to facilitate makes it impossible to credit the claim that small cell deregulation will leave little or no environmental footprint. And finally, another passage from the ruling. The commission also failed to assess the harms that can attend deployments that do not require new construction, particularly the cumulative harms of densification. The FCC subsequently restored the rights of historic districts like Crown Heights to request an environmental impact study of small cell installations. Just 2 weeks ago, it also issued a new order that strongly encourages so-called co-location of small cell towers with existing utility services. Even that in our case is problematic. The 3 towers for Verizon would like to co-locate with OG&E are at least nominally on east-west streets. And the 5th tower, which we haven't discussed, is mid-block on 37th Street, right on a park boundary. While we understand the importance of accommodating 5G technology and are willing to work with wireless providers as they try to make that happen, we are alarmed by the potential harm that could result from uncoordinated, uncontrolled deployment strategies. Continuing to address the issue piecemeal on a case-by-case basis could, I will say again, result in irreparable harm to this community, and one that we have all worked so hard to build and maintain. We are prepared to do what we must to protect the asset that is Crown Heights, but our very first choice in this instance would be to work with the various stakeholders, including the wireless companies, Oklahoma City government, and the city's other HP districts to develop a plan that best serves the interest of us all. I know it's late. Thank you very much.
Well, Brian, thank you for that information. Certainly a cohesive plan would be much better than something that's piecemeal together. And I don't know what control we have in that matter, but I appreciate the passion there.
We'll keep talking about it. Thank you.
I'll just add, that is something that we discussed when this topic first came up a couple of years ago, and
was that?
I'd voiced a desire. You know, everything did feel very piecemeal, and if there had been maybe more of a comprehensive plan, or even if the companies would provide an overall strategy or overall plan of what they were proposing, that will the neighborhoods and the city to better coordinate the installation of these towers to where they had as minimal impact as possible. So, but it is a complicated legal soup, as I think Brian kind of added some light on, probably very far above my pay grade. So, but I know we did speak about the desire, at least, to have kind of a more comprehensive approach, a more coordinated approach to installing these small cell towers.
Okay. Any other citizens wish to be heard? Brian, thanks for sticking it out to the very end with us. Fellow commissioners, thank you guys for putting in the time today, and also Katie, Angela, and Rita. Appreciate your help too.
Good job.
We will adjourn the meeting.
Jennifer.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, and Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, too. We'll talk to you guys later. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Bye-bye. Hello, please.